Welcome everyone. My name is Gregor. I will be the moderator for today. I'm very honored to have this privilege today. And so thank you Martin and Paco for bringing us all together. So the conference is called Spatial Dimensions of Heritage. We will bring together spatial but also temporal, I believe also digital aspects of heritage. I think this very nicely brings together the 4 faculties in our school, and from there on also different colleagues from all over the world. I hope you all had a safe journey here into the very nice and cold weather. And I'm very honored to give word to our rector, Hilkka Hiiop, for the opening words, please.
So I stand here and the microphone works, yeah. I'm also really honored to be here as a rector and give opening words as a rector, but later on professionally I'm actually conservator, and later on I step here with my dear colleague Andres Uueni and will be a conservator, give a presentation as a conservator. But it's really nice to see you. We are so many people here. And I welcome you in Estonian Academy of Arts in conference Spatial Dimensions of Heritage. We know all too well that the international environment is shifting rapidly. And in this kind of climate for Europe and certainly for a country like Estonia, the lesson is not withdrawal, but rather cohesion. Acting together, building capacity together, and sustaining the institution that allow cooperation to be real rather than symbolic. European collaboration is not optional. Perhaps now especially, it is part of resilience. Cultural, intellectual, and democratic resilience. And universities have a special role here. This is precisely where Erasmus Plus and the European Universities Initiative become more than programs or projects. They are long-term commitments to European academic space where our students and staff are not limited by borders. Through these initiatives, Europe is investing in the everyday infrastructure of trust, the ability to work with each other, to share knowledge and methods to build joint initiative that last. For us at ECA, it means that international collaboration is not an occasional add-on. It is part of the core of how we teach, how we research, and how we imagine our responsibilities. Transform for Europe is a strong example of this ambition. As an alliance of 11 European universities working across too many rapid changes and social challenges, T4EU is not simply a network for exchanging ideas. It is a shared platform for building new forms of learning and new form of research, including in fields where ECA has a great deal to contribute. Heritage conservation, artistic research, spatial practices, and design-led ways of knowing. This is the first conference of this scale within the Transform for Europe framework organized at ECA. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge the people who have made this possible. Sincere thanks to Martin Meljoranski and Paco Ullman, and Hanna Augasmägi. Hanna. And thank you to our colleagues from across the T4EU Alliance who are presenting and contributing. Your presence here demonstrates what European collaboration looks like in practice, even when it involves traveling in the dark and walking through snow drifts in minus 15 degrees. I also hope that beyond the formal sessions, you will use this time to meet each other, to exchange methods and doubts, as well as results, and to start collaboration that continues long after this week ends. If the most valuable outcome of these days are new partnerships and perhaps a few lasting friendships, then we will have achieved something genuinely European. Now we start with our first keynote speaker, yeah, and I'm looking really forward, and then you will introduce, but it's, I must say, it's the exhibition in Tallinn, which our next speaker had a few months ago, was one of the greatest and magnificent exhibition I have seen in decades, I would say. But the word is yours, and then you introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Yes, so I will, a few words about Pascal Bronner. He's a British-German architect and artist coming here from London and working at the University of Greenwich. Many of you who were in Tallinn a few months ago indeed visited the exhibition, and it really raised a lot of questions, discussions in Tallinn, and especially in this building. I know that many of my colleagues throughout those weeks sent their students to see the exhibition, but also some of the classes took place at the exhibition. And also just personally, last week I was at a workshop in Ghent, Belgium, and I was I had to give a lecture on, let's say, mind mapping and world mapping, and then I also had the chance to show some of the photos from this exhibition, so it was a pleasure. And also, I think the word keynote here is also important, because where this phrase comes from, it's a musical term, keynote. So before we start playing the music, someone sets the tone. And I think in this matter, that we will have this kind of keynote for the 2 days is very important. That I think we bring together, on the one hand, drawings, but then, as you've said, dreaming, wondering, and I think also it brings together kind of this virtuality and reality, but the virtuality of not especially digital space, but also what is happening in our heads when we fantasize. So please, Pascal, the floor is yours. Thank you.
I'll switch it. Bear with me. I like darkness, especially when I do my presentations. I'm a very shy person, so for these presentations I always prefer the eye to be focused on the screen. I know the screen is quite low, so maybe some of you at the back might struggle seeing the images. Hopefully you'll get some glimpse of it. Can we dim the lights? That's very nice. Thank you for accommodating my anxieties. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much for the really amazing words and the introduction. It's really a pleasure to be back. My talk today will be called Confessions of a Dying Tree. which hopefully will make a little bit more sense a bit later. I don't work in heritage myself. I'm really quite useless with technology, so to some extent I'm a little stumped as to why I'm even here. But it's an amazing privilege to be back at this amazing academy. I've already made quite a few very good friends here. I see a few around at the back there, Andres and Martin and Paco and various others, and I hope to make some more today. It's really a really special place. I love being back here today. I would describe myself as an analog draftsman, and I'm very much in love with the heritage of drawing. As an architect, an artist, I'm also very much drawn to the heritage of buildings, of course. I would even describe myself as a surveyor of sorts, a surveyor of drawings and a surveyor of the creative mind. I'll try and take you on a kind of short journey of some of the key projects that have sort of guided me for the last 25 years. I was born in Penang, Malaysia. I grew up in the Black Forest in Germany. I now live near the ruins of the once great Crystal Palace in London, and my wife is from Lahore in Pakistan. And I kind of feel like Estonia is fast becoming my fifth country. I'm falling in love with this place. I keep coming back. To me, the most important thing in life is diversity. Diversity in our heritage, diversity of culture, diversity of technology, and diversity of craftsmanship. This is a picture I took in Pakistan a few years ago, and really incredible landscapes there, but the reason I'm showing this is because those two rocks in the foreground, again, you might not see it at the back, but there's two rocks in the foreground, and that always reminds me of this scene from Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. This is a pinhole photograph I've taken recently. This place is what I call my space of endearment. A discarded bench at the top of Crystal Palace Park. From there I look over the remnants of the once great gardens, now claimed by ravens. This is where I go to do a lot of my daydreaming. This is what it looked like once. In my mind, one of the greatest, most elegant and sophisticated structures ever built by Joseph Paxton. And this is what's left of it. It's just a kind of a tiny corner of structure, and my bench is right next to it. But I really love the idea of sitting under the ghost of this once incredible structure. And that's the location of the bench, and recently I kind of put together this short animation that sort of helped me understand just where that bench is located in relation to the palace that once stood there. So when I sit on my bench and dream, I sit underneath the left stairway that leads to the mezzanine level of the palace, which now is, of course, a ghost, because it sadly burned down in 1936, which is a great shame. I feel like I had to put that picture in. This was from the exhibition, which was called Into the Drome, more about the word drome later, at the great Museum of Architecture in Tallinn. They've given me this amazing opportunity to show my work. It was actually the first exhibition that I can see Grete there in the back now. She was the curator. Thank you, Grete. It was the first time I showed any of my work, really. So it was an amazing privilege. And of course, we have Paco and Martin there looking at some of my drawings. I feel like I should have photoshopped Hannah into the picture, but unfortunately you weren't there. What I really enjoyed discovering in my work while planning this exhibition was the variety of it. Works ranging from the size of a postage stamp to the scale of a wall, works that took seconds to make and others that took months. models made from clay, graphite, thread, wood, card, paper, fabric, stone, and steel. Drawings that animate like pop-up books. And drawings that are still taped to the drawing board. Again, to me, the most important thing in life is diversity. Diversity of scale, diversity of techniques, diversity of ideas, diversity of disciplines. Oops. Recently, I visited the Paul Klee Center in Bern, Switzerland, a true masterclass in diversity of materiality. The center holds around 8,000 artifacts of Klee's work, though only a fraction of them are on display. I didn't take any photographs, but in my sketchbook, I wrote down the media used for every piece in one of the rooms. And reading that list now feels to me like a poem. So again, apologies if you can't see it at the back. I have the translation there, but I'm going to read this in German because I find it a very beautiful thing. Kasseinfarbe auf Öl, Ölfarbe auf Grundierung auf Baumwolle, Aquarell auf Grundierung auf Papier auf Karton, Aquarell, Tempera und Bleistift auf Grundierung auf Papier auf Karton, Pinsel auf Papier, Pastell auf Jute, Kleisterfarbe und Kohle auf Papier, Ölfarbe auf Gips auf Leinwand, Kreide auf Papier auf Karton, Aquarell auf Grundierung auf Leinen, Rötel auf Papier auf Karton, Ölfarbe auf Nesseltuch, Aquarell, Tempera und Kreide auf Papier auf Karton, Feder und Aquarell auf Baumwolle, Ölfarbe auf Gaze auf Karton, Aquarell und Bleistift auf Papier auf Karton. Paul Klee was my hero growing up. When I was a teenager, I made my own Paul Klee t-shirt. So when my friends were running around the village with Metallica and AC/DC t-shirts, I ran around with Paul Klee on my chest. While not as varied as Klee's work, my own practice embraces a considerable range. Recently, I have experimented with microscopy and pinhole cameras to excavate the diverse materiality and process embedded within my drawings. More about this later. Now I come to the title, Confessions of a Dying Tree, which comes from a short piece that I wrote recently, which really is a homage to the human mind, this kind of really amazing, versatile organ that is really our kind of great strength and also sometimes our great foe as well. I wish I had a mind like those humans do. If I had, perhaps I could have chosen what to become. Perhaps I could have grown all kinds of strange and wonderful fruit, seeds, leaves, and branches. Branches that twist and spiral like those in an enchanted forest, or branches that grow straight, destined by their very shape to be carved into arrows or magic wands. I wish that at different stages of my life I had expressed a different self, with new branches, new leaves, new fruit, each marking a season not only of time, but of intention. I wish I were human, those restless creatures who can decide in the span of a single day to cook a meal, paint a painting, and compose a song. They wake as one person and sometimes go to sleep quite another, altered not by wind or frost, but by choice and volition. I, by contrast, have grown the same leaves, scattered the same seeds, year after year, spring after spring. I repeat myself faithfully, obediently, as if repetition were virtue enough. If only I had known that my branches and limbs are limbs with great dexterity, that I can reach, grasp, and hold the branch of my neighbor, I might have leaned against the wind with all my weight. I might have experimented. I might have dared to be different. I could have grown apples, though all my life I was never meant to. I can almost imagine their weight, the way they would tug at my arms, pulling my fingers downward, much different to what I'm used to. I have heard of a man who created a tree of 40 fruit, a quite wonderful notion, an entire orchard on a single tree. Yet this tree, like me, has little choice in the matter of what it grows. I am not an apple tree, but I would have loved to grow them in my prime. Perhaps my apples would not have been as sweet as others. The soil I stand in is the wrong consistency. The water I drink carries the wrong minerals. Still, would it not have been worth trying, even for a bitter crop of apples? I gather so. I have also heard of a tree, the sassafras, that grows different kinds of leaves on the same body, mitten-shaped, three-lobed and unlobed leaves, all living together on one plant. In its case, this variety is not dictated by a professor on external hand, deciding its fate. It is proof, perhaps, that volition is possible, even for a stubborn tree. I confess to you now that I am guilty of conforming to the world, to the things that have been asked of me, to my annual cycle and to the style of my kind. Humans are not like us, condemned to grow the same fruit over and over, from birth to death. They are not bound to a single shape or season. They may change their minds, their paths, their names. They may fail and break, begin again, and still be considered whole. As my trunk cracks and I can no longer draw the same measure of water into my branches, as my leaves thin, I wonder whether this constancy is a kind of wisdom or merely fear disguised as ritual. I will fall having been one thing only, yet in my final moments I allow myself this small rebellion, the dream of all things I might have been. I think that is something that, for all the bad things that I have always kind of tried things, I've always taken risks, and I've always sort of followed my gut. I think that's the kind of thing I'm most proud of, probably looking back. And I've sort of dug out a couple of really old projects. This is called The Burial of the Book. When I went to art school over 20 years, probably 25 years ago, maybe a bit less, in the first 3 weeks of enrolling in art school, I decided I'd kind of done enough drawing. I kind of was drawing as a child. Little did I know that it's something that I would never really get rid of. But I decided I want to be a more conceptual artist. And so I started off the year by burying Paul Klee's pedagogical sketchbook in the concrete floor of the school, which took some great persuading of the director of the school. I said to him, I must do this, you must let me do this. So I went out and kind of borrowed a hammer drill. I dug a hole, which was quite a nice hole, I quite liked it, it was very square. I embalmed the book, Paul Klee's pedagogical sketchbook, which was kind of my Bible as a teenager growing up, learning about line weight and composition. I embalmed it, put it in there, put concrete on top, put a tile on top, and then eventually I painted the whole floor, the whole room, so that it kind of became this sort of seamless thing. And every time I think about this project now, I'm reminded of this Mythbusters episode. I don't know if anyone here watched Mythbusters. It was one of my favorite shows. I used to love it. And one of the myths they tried to bust was the myth of Jimmy Hoffa, the New York gangster being buried under the center line of the New York Giants Stadium. And they kind of went through exactly the same process to try to bust that myth. So they kind of buried pigs in a concrete pavement.
To replicate this myth, first up they're digging a hole in the concrete, big enough to conceal a body.
All right, hold on, here we go.
Okay.
Wait, that stinks.
Everyone here and everyone for 5 miles downwind is hoping PJ Cement will seal in that smell.
How long for this to set?
Not long. Those gases might seep and escape while this mud is hardening up.
I swear, I think
In desperation, Jamie covers the whole stinking slab in a latex seal. It's a timely lesson for our trainee mobsters. Out of sight is not always out of mind.
if you were some kind of a nefarious person trying to do something like
And just to let you know, they did this 3 years after me, so it wasn't like I was copying.
But how will this fancy piece of
But
equipment
this is the thing
perform
that I'm
through
really
solid
interested in.
concrete?
So they used a ground
Will
penetrating radar
Porky
machine
show up?
yeah.
Go.
to see if there's any kind of
Jamie
traces
has to make
found
a
of it.
series of passes over the area.
If I saw this, that would tell me that that's rebar in the concrete.
And in fact, there are 4 lengths of rebar.
See? You can't-
So I often wonder now what the book might look like. You know, after more than 20 years of being buried, I would love to get a glimpse of its condition. Though I have to say I would never ever dig it up. Lots of people have said to me, why don't you go back and see if it's still there? You dig it up, and I would never want to do that, because I just love the idea that I've got this, I left this sort of tiny little piece of heritage buried in the floor of that great art school, which I still have a lot of fondness for. But I would love to kind of get a glimpse of it, so if anyone here has a ground-penetrating radar machine, I'd like to borrow it. So today, we have technologies that allow us to see the unseen, which is incredible, but it's also scary sometimes, because we can kind of go to places that sometimes I feel we're not meant to go. I want to play a short extract from an audiobook of a short story by Roald Dahl, read by Adrian Scarborough. And this is quite a dark story that follows a scientist who invents a machine that reveals inaudible sounds, leading to a disturbing discovery when he begins to hear the shrieking pain of plants, such as someone snipping the roses. He can hear the kind of rose shrieking in pain when it was being cut. And this is at the end of the story when he kind of, well, you'll hear it when he kind of starts to attack a tree and he kind of listens to it. It's quite a dark story. Maybe you should close your eyes.
The next morning, Klausner was up as soon as it was light. He dressed and went straight to the shed. He picked up the machine and carried it outside, clasping it to his chest with both hands, walking unsteadily under its weight. He went past the house, out through the front gate, and across the road to the park. There he paused and looked around him. Then he went on until he came to a large tree, a beech tree, and he placed the machine on the ground close to the trunk of the tree. Quickly, he went back to the house and got an axe from the coal cellar and carried it across the road into the park. He put the axe on the ground beside the tree. Then he looked around him again, peering nervously through his thick glasses in every direction. There was no one about. It was 6 a.m. He put the earphones on his head and switched on the machine. He listened for a moment to the faint, familiar humming sound. Then he picked up the axe, took a stance with his legs wide apart, and swung the axe as hard as he could at the base of the tree trunk. The blade cut deep into the wood and stuck there. And at the instant of impact, he heard a most extraordinary noise in the earphones. It was a new noise, unlike any he had heard before. A harsh, noteless, enormous noise, a growling, low-pitched, screaming sound, not quick and short like the noise of the roses, but drawn out like a sob, lasting for fully a minute, loudest at the moment when the axe struck, fading gradually fainter and fainter until it was gone. Klausner stared in horror at the place where the blade of the axe had sunk into the wood flesh of the tree. Then gently, he took the axe handle, worked the blade loose, and threw the thing to the ground. With his fingers, he touched the gash that the axe had made in the wood, touching the edges of the gash, trying to press them together to close the wound, and he kept saying, "Tree, oh, tree, I am sorry. I am so sorry, but it will heal. It will heal fine."
The Sound Machine by Roald Dahl explores the theme of technology as a double-edged sword, acting simultaneously as a tool for unlocking hidden knowledge and a catalyst for obsession, madness, and alienation from reality. Machines are like trees in a way. They evolve to do a single thing endlessly. A tree makes apples and seeds, a machine measures, drills, calculates. But trees are bound to the world that grows them. They feed what feeds them. Their work returns to soil, air, and time. Machines are aliens. They do not belong to the ecosystems of this world. They repeat without listening, without conversing with the world. We must do their listening for them. We must be their angels. We must be their wings. This brings me to another project inspired by the film The Wings of Desire by Wim Wenders. In the third year of my architecture degree, which is exactly 20 years ago actually, I submitted this in February, I think, in 2006, so there's some kind of nice anniversary happening. I wrote an essay inspired by this film. The film is set in post-war Berlin, where angels glide through the streets and the buildings. One angel, after falling in love with a human, begins to long for mortality himself. Though the angels do not interact with the humans, they can hear our thoughts. In one scene set in a library, the angels walk through the space which is filled with thought, some areas denser than others, and the angels, like sunbathers searching for the best place on a beach, drift towards these concentrated zones. The sound of thinking shapes the space, like prayers echoing around a cathedral.
Benjamin kaufte 1921 Paul Klees Aquarell an.
Über sie hinweg ziehen die Kraniche, schaut den Kopf fest auf die
Die seltene Implantation im kurzen interstitiellen Teil geht jedenfalls mit der Struktur einher, gelegentlich ist der Fruchttod erfolgt gewöhnlich im zweiten
This made me wonder, what if our thoughts were tangible, like dust or small clouds hanging in space? If they had a physical dimension and could be measured, recorded, and surveyed? What if the production of a thought were a form of projecting it into the material world? Would our dreams then become subject to Newton's laws of motion and gravity? To analyze the production of thought, I imagined the brain as a soap bubble machine. As with soap bubbles, many factors determine a thought's size, strength, and longevity. The kind of soap used, the size and shape of the ring, the ratio of soap to water, and the force with which one blows. And most likely, many thoughts would burst like soap bubbles before they are even released. I developed a speculative formula relating thought and space, using two architectural typologies especially conducive to high-intensity thinking and dreaming, the library and the cathedral. In an average cathedral at maximum capacity, I calculated each person is afforded approximately 25 cubic meters of space for their thoughts. Drawing a further parallel to baking bread, using the correct mixture of dough in the right oven environment, I proposed that once a light, airy thought is baked and released into the world, its ability to float depends upon the surrounding atmosphere. A fully attended service in a cathedral might provide extraordinary lift, while a noisy train station filled with confusion would cause thoughts to drop like stones. In Wings of Desire, where the mood of the cathedral seems to coexist with that of the library, an atmosphere emerges that feels like a breeding ground for floating thoughts. If I had a machine like Roald Dahl's sound machine, but designed to detect thoughts in space, I would begin my measurements in cathedrals and libraries. Yet perhaps it's fortunate that angels remain the only beings able to bask in our thoughts and dreams. Otherwise, we'd find ourselves in Orwell's 1984, with thought police listening to our most private interiors. Despite the fiction of this speculation, it reveals something essential about how we measure and record our surroundings. Interpretation always requires a noble mind, one capable of returning what is found to its rightful owner, at least in spirit. I'm a very solitary person, shy and introverted, and much of my work deals with these kinds of issues of solitude and privacy. Anselm Kiefer once said, "I grew up in a forest. It's like a room. It's protected like a cathedral. It is a place between heaven and earth." I use this quote as the spatial driver for the visual speculation of this drawing. I feel like this way of metaphorically surveying the world has driven much of my work. I am no scientist, but I wish to be one. I am no geographer, but I wish to be one. But I do it within the privacy of my own mind. Another such metaphorical and speculative place I have been trying to survey and unlock for the last few years is the metaphysical, cerebral space we inhabit during artistic creation. And I call this space the drome, which was the kind of the theme for the exhibition I recently did at the Estonian Museum of Architecture. The concept of the drome evolved over the years. To me, traditional descriptions of drawing and crafting often are one-dimensional. Just as stereoscopic vision creates a more immersive, three-dimensional image, the drome seeks to convey the convergence of the cerebral and the physical. The drawing board, in a literal sense, is the engine room of my creative practice. For the last couple of years, I have attempted to unpack my work and its influences of the past whilst probing the ongoing process. I made a short film which explores some of the more ambiguous and perhaps cerebral qualities of the drome, and this is a short trailer of it.
Now, will you please take your African violet and get out of here?
Wait a minute. I hear something.
You like that melody? You do? So do I.
My explorations laid the foundations to the concept of the four pillars of the drome, which are the creation space, the cerebral space, the depicted space, and the forensic space. The first pillar, which relates to the workspace, I call the sentient atelier. And this relates in a loose sense to the literal space I might work in, the studio, the desk, the drawing board, but more specifically, though, it describes the relationship I have forged with those spaces and the tools they contain. During my 25 years in the UK, I have moved 13 times. This led to gradual downsizing of my living quarters. This journey has sparked within me a growing fixation on the essence and organization of my workspace. It's not merely the individual tools, but the interrelation and arrangement of these tools that give rise to what I call the sentient atelier. After completing my master's degree, I attended a month-long jewelry workshop in Malaysia, where I became fascinated with the jeweler's bench, the epitome of a tailored workspace. In addition to the organization of the creative space, the wit and inventiveness of the artist can infuse the workshop with character and individuality. One instance that had left a lasting impression on me as a fine art student is Paul Cézanne's canvas door, which was designed specifically to kind of get canvases in and out of the studio. As part of my drawing practice, I am perpetually trying to optimize the drawing setup. Over the years, I have developed a number of drawing spaces which are bespoke for certain scales and types of drawing. I recall during my master's project stringing up the room to aid with the perspective of the main drawing. Whilst living in a small London bedroom, the armchair had to be retrofitted with the drawing board. The line writer creates a kind of calibrated drawing of the typing. This drawing board has a paper dispenser fitted to the bottom, a bit like a giant typewriter. And this portable desk, which I set up once a week in the lecture space in Greenwich, to do live demonstrations of drawing, collage and model making, reminiscent of an old anatomical theater used for surgical demonstrations. Curiously, Ben Nicholson draws a comparison between the suspense on the collagist table and that found in a surgeon's theatre, which resonates with me as my father is a retired mechanical engineer who specialized in manufacturing medical instruments. We have drawers full of strange surgical gadgets in my childhood home. The second pillar, the child in waiting, which relates to the cerebral space. When a child plays with the dollhouse, it transcends the miniature. The miniaturized space in the dollhouse morphs into a vivid realm in the child's imagination. The mind has a remarkable ability to imbue the reduced structure with life. Few professions understand this transformative power as acutely as architects. We are adept at transcending mere drawings and models and seeing beyond these representations to envision structures that are not manifested in the real world. My master's project was devised as a miniature architecture inspired by dollhouses and bonsai garden. Karen Moon wrote, "Most adults retain the child's delight in the miniature because of their reduced size. Miniatures attract, hold memories, and invite play." Inspired by Velázquez's Las Meninas, I devised a concept where I integrated a camera into a model. This camera would capture footage of the viewer and project it into the model, effectively aiding the viewer's imagination in projecting themselves into the miniature world depicted. The drawings themselves were composed to read more like a book. Through layers and drawing on both sides of the paper, the viewer is forced to engage with the work in a more temporal and three-dimensional sense. The model of the new library building by T.H. Brunswick was constructed so that the onlooker could move his head about inside. This is something we explored further through our project, The Witness. Or Grim City, a project that was designed more like a diorama than a typical architectural model. It was partially made of tiny real-scale objects to blur the boundaries between the real and the representational. And the third pillar, called Disegno Trompeur, which relates to the depicted space. And this leads on from the previous pillar in that it relates predominantly to the mind. The word disegno is Italian for drawing and captures a philosophical essence that resonates with my idea encompassing the drome. Disegno describes both the ability to conceive ideas in the mind as well as on paper, and trompeur is French for deceptive, so the deceptive drawing, which is born both in mind and space. In considering disegno, we should consider the words of Etienne Louis Boulet, who wrote, "What is architecture? Shall I join Vitruvius in defining it as the art of building? No, Vitruvius mistakes the effect for the cause. In order to execute, it is first necessary to conceive." The drawings of Jean-Jacques Lequeux evoke a dollhouse-esque space. In these words, I find the intricacy of detail takes a backseat to the illusion of depth, seemingly debossed into the paper. Dina Petherbridge said, "There's a haptic correlation between the textural responses of a feeling hand and the representation that appears to sink into the fibrous paper surface to carve out spaces." It is this dance between method and illusion that fascinates me. Inspired once again by Paul Clay's pedagogical sketchbook, I spent some time analyzing the compositional and textual methodologies of my drawing, which led me to define the 10 sections of the drawing ensemble. One of the 10 sections is the phantom souffle, which refers to the technique of rendering the drawing with just the right formula of graphite to make elements puff or rise from the paper surface. The infra-thin, this is the fourth pillar, which relates to the forensic, to the sort of microscopic qualities of the paper. The infra-thin was a term used by Marcel Duchamp to describe the most minute shade of difference. The architect Mark West also used the term to elucidate the microscopic qualities of drawing with graphite. My curiosity led me to explore West's infra-thin space on the surface of the paper by putting drawings themselves and also the process of drawing under the microscope. So I developed a kind of a device that allowed me to measure how hard I would press, you know, to kind of achieve certain kind of scales of gray and a certain depth. I saw this as an opportunity to explore my work from a new perspective, the perspective of the pencil, the drawing board, the loose graphite powder, or that of a fly walking across the paper. The drawing metaphorically contains the narrative of the subject of its depiction, but it also contains within it a world that is not visible. It is this physical membrane that evidences but also conceals a multitude of decisions and actions that give rise to the drawing's existence, alongside our sweat, grease, and actual skin cells deposited during its production. Robert Hooke wrote, upon his microscopic analysis of a full stop, stared at as closely and keenly as possible, even the most elegant, precise, or self-same forms are revealed as monsters. There is mystery and enigma in the minuscule detail of these common objects, which gives rise to a sense of discovery that accompanies these explorations. Placing the origin of a work solely in the imagination or the atelier seems inaccurate to me. The drome offers a term that acknowledges the convergence of tangible inspiration and the tangible act of creation. The drome arising, which is the kind of the final thing that I'm still sort of working on, and that refers to the convergence of these elements, transcending the sum of their parts to create a holistic experience. Reminiscent of the tune harmonies of a choir where individual voices blend and produce something greater than any single contribution. And I'm going to finish on this short animation of a drawing, which essentially becomes a drone. It seems that I didn't embed the actual animation on that drawing, so I'm going to have to finish on a still drawing instead of an animation. But essentially what it does, eventually the kind of pieces move and they create the choir and they sing Beethoven's great choir piece. So I'm going to end on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I believe the lecture was as spatial as the exhibition itself. And I think we have time for questions as well. Just as a comment, some 10, 15 years ago, there was a British-American artist, John Digby, collage artist, who did his exhibition in Viljandi, south of Estonia. He invented something, or he coined the word, the method he used in his art. It was called archival collage. I can later show you some examples. But, remember, we went to one of the bogs near Viljandi with him, and it was total silence very early in the morning, and then he was, when you, in connection with the title of your lecture, he was suddenly like, shh, Gregor, what's happening? And the tree is thinking. And then he was laughing for 5 minutes. And I think also in your work, there's a lot of seriousness, but I felt the urge to laugh because they're so, I don't know, it's just positive, very positive. But perhaps there are questions from the audience. So who would like to ask, comment? I'll bring you the microphone.
No questions. There's a question.
First of all, I'm Tulia Catalan, University of Trieste, Italy.
Oh, nice
I'm an
to meet you.
historian, so another word, but I think a similar word. And thanks really a lot for this really inspiring talk.
Thank you.
Yes, really. And because you demonstrated to us that life, individual life, through arts, through nature, through techniques, and through our own biographies, we can build another world. And I have a question for you. When you are just in front a kind of border, how do you react?
A kind of
Border.
border.
Border, yes. In your artistic expression, I mean. Thanks.
A kind of border in my artistic expression. I guess I would say that is, I find myself probably most of the time on some kind of border, I imagine. So, I mean, it's a beautiful question. It's an ambiguous question, and I like ambiguous things. I always tell my students that you need to try and lose yourself in the process in order to find yourself somewhere interesting. It's really important to get lost, and I guess for me a border represents a kind of a state between, right? It's a sort of a threshold between places where you have to make decisions, where you have to kind of, you know, find a path. And I guess I think I had this conversation just the other day with someone, and they said, actually, when I look at your work, it seems like everything is so kind of clear and structured, and everything seems to make sense, but actually in my head is chaos all the time. Complete chaos. Very rarely do I actually feel like I'm in any kind of control of what I do. It's only kind of sometimes when you do a lecture, when you kind of look back over your work and you try and find some kind of meaning, but at the same time I feel like if I do the lecture again in a year's time, my interpretation would be very different. So I guess, you know, I'm not sure, but I think I find myself most of the time on some kind of looking at some kind of border that I either cross or or I don't. But it's a very nice question. I'll have to keep thinking about that. Thank you.
It reminds me that some time ago I attended a lecture by Estonian painter, artist Kaido, but the lecture was to kids. They were mostly 5, 6, 7 years old. And then one of the kids asked the artist that, what are you really looking into or hoping for? And then Kaido was thinking, and then said that, you know what, I would really like to know what happens if I don't have inspiration. That one day I wake up and I don't know what to do. And that's actually, I had a similar thought with you during the lecture that is it actually possible to map everything you are doing through your work? Yeah? And to come to this point that, wow, I think I've mapped it all.
That's a very nice observation. And again, it's something that comes up quite a lot when I talk to people about their work and my work. This kind of sense of like a writer's block, or kind of coming to some kind of, you know, dead end. And I feel very blessed somehow, the same way kind of, you know, some people fall asleep on a plane and some people don't. You know, like that, just like for me, this writer's block, I don't understand, it doesn't exist, I think, for me. So I feel very blessed in that when I sit down on a drawing board, or if I kind of, you know, kind of take my sketchbook with me, I don't feel like I ever run out of the energy to kind of do something, because I don't really think about the product or the thing at the end of the road. I just enjoy the process. So for me, kind of getting lost in the process is the easiest thing in the world. It's you know, it's my therapy. It's the way I kind of, it's the way I decompress at the end of a day of work. So for me, kind of sitting down at a drawing board, you know, it's like going for a walk in the park for me. So it's like, you know, So I don't know this feeling of the writer's block, which I feel very blessed. I don't have to say, but you know.
Please.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a very basic question, actually, that I like that you were talking about diversity, and then maybe I didn't notice, but have you made any works that are not gray and white or black and white, or have you used color, or have you thought about color?
Yeah. I mean, it's very true. Most of my work is black and white. I think I do drawings in color occasionally. I also I mean, the color appears in the short films or in the animations that I make. But for some reason, I fell in love with black and white TV when I was a child. I was given my grandmother's old black and white TV, and even when I was still very small, and my parents sort of let me have it because they thought it was some kind of novelty object. I'm not going to use it, but I remember just kind of watching my entire childhood like black and white TV, and for some reason I felt that color for me was, wasn't necessary for me to express my kind of visual ideas, but I'm not, so I guess maybe that is something that is lacking in my work in terms of diversity. Maybe I don't have much color in there, but it's not something that I think about consciously. I don't kind of sit there thinking I want my work to be black and white. I think it's more the materiality I use, the kind of mediums. So it just sort of happens. So I don't have a clever answer for you as to why I don't use color.
I didn't mean that something is lacking, but I was just curious. But also, I was also wondering about the humor, because I also felt that I would like to laugh, or somehow it was humorous sometimes. But is this also something you are thinking about, or it's something that just comes out as you are creating?
Yeah, I think it just comes as well. But I think a lot of the humor probably comes from my sort of obsession with kind of narrative and story and fairy tales. I love fairy tales, which are kind of both humorous and also very dark, quite didactic. But also my kind of urge to look into things that are sort of verging on the realm of impossible. Like, I love this kind of sense that actually thoughts do actually sort of float around, and there's something sort of really funny about the idea that there might be kind of a thought right now kind of coming out of my head and sort of floating away. That's something quite funny, but also something quite sort of strange and macabre. So I think I just love to engage with things that sort of live in a sort of the fantasy world. And I think fantasy is always has a sort of a, kind of a light side and a dark side for me. So, but I think it just happens, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's one right at the back, I think.
Yeah.
First, thank you so much. It really was, I think for many of us in this room, I hope I can speak for others as well, there was very inspiring.
Thank you.
Especially in the way that, I think you inspired me in the way that I'll try and ask this question, which is not really knowing what the question will be. I just kind of feel that there is a question somewhere in me, and
I love that.
And I feel
that's the best question I ever had. I feel like there's a question in me. That's beautiful. That's exactly what I mean. I love that kind of way of looking at things. Yeah.
And really, that is also the inspiration that I want to thank you for, of maybe starting before knowing where I necessarily end up, but the way that you seem to move in your work, and your answer was very indicative of this, of not really having writer's block, because maybe the writer's block comes from the achievement and the struggle to get to the achievement that we already have decided on before getting moving. But maybe in a way, in connection with the question about borders, which was also really beautiful, I think, is there a way where, are you in a way so present that you kind of just see what comes up, or how much do you focus your kind of sight onto the past, onto the future, onto a subject, and how much do you afford the flow to keep you going exactly where it takes you? Do you struggle with it at all, or is the flow state kind of really something that you set free and you are absolutely at peace with wherever it takes you?
I struggle still when it comes to sort of like meeting deadlines and things like that. That's when the kind of struggle comes. That's when the anxiety sets in. But I think what was amazing about the exhibition again was before the exhibition, like I said, I never exhibited my work, and that's because I spent 15 years getting lost in the work without any sort of goal whatsoever. There was no kind of sense of having to have an achievement. And I think in that process, I'm genuinely free. There is no struggle. That's why I say that for me, my work is my therapy half the time. Then, of course, when you start having to kind of, work towards a goal, I've started to do a PhD and, writing about drawing and stuff like that. That's when the struggle sets in. But that's also no bad thing, because I think it's a good thing for me to also try and be analytical and critical of my own work, because sometimes people could accuse me of not being very self-critical because I just sort of indulge, and I'm a very indulgent artist in some way. I sort of indulge in my work and in my own thoughts, and sometimes I forget that maybe there should be an audience for it, and there should be a sort of a way of me thinking about what comes of it. But that's when I start to struggle. That's when the kind of fear sets in, like yesterday, kind of tweaking the, that's when it's like, oh, does this make sense? What am I talking about? So there's definitely struggle, yeah. But to your first question, the question that was, there is a question somewhere. I think there's also an answer somewhere.
And I'd like to tell you the presentation made a lot of sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That really means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, and as a little outro, then what you said in the beginning, jokingly, that you're not quite sure why you were invited to this conference on heritage.
I'm never sure.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think she gave the answer as well at the moment. That many of us in this room, researchers, PhD students, etc., and there's a lot of questions and about the writer's block as such, but also the methodology, and just naming at one point that you look back what I've done and then say, okay, this was my way, that was my methodology. I think it really nicely kind of frames it. But thank you again, Pascal, and yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
And we will move on now to individual presentations.
Vaata mida siis. Gregor, Pobežin. Peaks olema vist desktop kuskil. Day1 peaks kuskil olema. Robert rääkis. Jesus, upgrade. Ma ei taha upgrade'i. Ma tean, mul tuleb ka iga päev see mitu korda. Triinu. Ei, se oli Triinu. so let's see. Oh my god. Pobežin. Ma ei näinud. Kohe.
So we can move on with our day. And now we will have 3 presentations. Each of the presentations will be roughly 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes of discussion. And our first speaker will be Gregor Pobežin from Slovenia, University of Primorska, so one of our partner universities in the T4EU partnership. So the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here, and I would also like to thank the organizers for the keynote lecture, after which whatever I'm about to say may only sound banal and trite. So thank you very much for that. Some of you may remember a early 1990s movie. It was titled Farinelli. It's about 2 brothers. One of them is a struggling composer, and the other one is a very acclaimed singer who is, as it turns out, castrated by his brother at a young age so that his crystally clear voice would be preserved. One of them is obsessed with success, and the other one is obsessed with just living a full life. We all need a little bit of obsession in our lives, I think. And years ago, I was invited by a colleague of mine to interpret, I'm a classical philologist, to interpret an inscription on a painting. It turned out that it was written by let's say, a Farinelli of our own. His name was not quite so poetically sounding, but nevertheless, I became a little bit obsessed with that man, and the obsession goes on and on and on. And it evolved into something else. What else? So the general goals of my paper is to evaluate. So the challenges specific to old manuscripts and inscriptions from the medieval and early modern period. So we will review some of the methodological stances in connection to processing these inscriptions with various technologies and possibly establishing networks between actors on these inscriptions. To do this, we will take a short jab towards markup language and the technology for describing, let's say, cultural heritage, which is the so-called CIDOC, CRM. But because the title of the conference was heritage, spatial heritage, heritage in space, I needed to connect somehow, and I thought, well, networks really are a virtual space, aren't they? So networks are relations between actors, and the actors span both time and space, and in essence, I feel invited and addressed. So, what I wanted to connect with are theories of relationality, so that actors are not islands on their own, but they relate to each other in this or another way. Network theory, and maybe also processualism. So interested about what connects actors, when and how these connections occur, where they are enacted, and how this complexity can be formalized, if at all. So here I have a fascinating monument, some of you may have already seen it. It's an inscription that my colleague Zrinka Milostic from the University of Primorska and I have been working on for some time. It's actually very, very interesting because it has a front side and the back side, and they are actually turned around. So the back side, which is this, at some time, it used to be the front side, then you can see some Christograms and early Christian symbols there. But the front side eventually became the back side, and the back side became the front side, and there's an inscription on it. It's a beautiful humanist inscription. It's in Latin, and it talks about three brothers, one of who died in Rome as the secretary to the Pope, and the other two are somehow, they have been somehow removed from the inscription. So the simple task of transforming this Latin inscription, which follows all the classical imperial Roman norms with all the abbreviations and the ligatures and so on. So the simple task was to transform this into a machine-readable text, which is this one. But the machine-readable text will tell you nothing about these chiseled out lines, and it'll tell you very, very little about all the other properties of the inscription, about the stone, about the provenance of the stone, about who was the commissioner, and so on and so forth. So in all essence, we have to combine two technologies, let's call them. So the text initiative, or the XML, the markup language, and the other one is CIDOC CRM for the description of the actual heritage. But once we deciphered what the two missing lines were, which was a challenge in itself, we can see that there are other depths to this particular inscription. There are names on it, and it's quite evident what the relationship between them were, because here we see the term brothers, right? So the two brothers who survived the first one, they erected this monument, then they were themselves became suspicious, and so on and so forth. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to map the relationship between them, which in the XML is tricky but not impossible. And I did this by inserting a so-called standoff section in the XML document, in which I simply established the relationships between them. So the person 1, person 2, person 3, and person 4, there's also the father mentioned, Jacob here. And the relationship between them, so one of them is active, parents, and the other one are passive, sons, and they are also related to each other. Well, so this is the framework. And I prepared a cute little case study for this particular gathering. It's this one. So this is another inscription, a micro case study as it happens. So it's another inscription, and it sounds quite enigmatic. It really is a little bit of a riddle. It's on this particular building in a small coastal town of Piran, and you can see it here maybe. So it's somewhere here. And it says, so to save some time, so it says, I am where I was, yet I am no longer what I was. I am what I am by the grace of the Lord, whose property I was not, and would not have been had I not fallen into ruin, that is, existed as though I never existed at all. My form was taken from me by Niccolò Petronio Caldana, philosopher, physician, and doctor of both laws, pro-rector of the Paduan Lyceum, son of the knight Marco. Niccolò also gave me my form. He tore me down, shameful as I was, and rebuilt me in fair appearance. A ruin, I rose again, grateful to my destroyer. In the year 1653, under the consuls A.V., S.I., and the works were conducted by brothers, probably Girolamo and, I don't know, some Val Mur. So, a whole lot of information, but only one name, Niccolò Petronio Caldana. As it happens, we know who this Niccolò Petronio Caldana was. So, why was I, so where is this obsession that comes into effect? Well, this Niccolò Petronio Caldana, so I will come to this slide. So this Niccolò Petronio Cordana was a name of his own in the 17th century, but left also very little trace. So the inscription itself, yes, was processed in the XML, so you could see this here, with the Slovenian translation, so with the Latin transliteration, with the English translation, the Slovenian translation, the commentary, the bibliography, and so on and so forth. So eventually, sometime, I hope, we have an online corpus where you can see the inscription for yourself. So why is this so interesting? Well, the XML is suitable for encoding epigraphic texts and manuscripts, but it has the limitations. How so? Well, for instance, Niccolò Petronio Cordana is mentioned on another inscription, or on another inscription, or in a papal document where he was appointed bishop to the town of Poreč in Croatia, or, for instance, in a book where he wrote a poem. So there's a whole lot of heterogeneous information that somehow has to be interoperable. Now that in itself is a challenge. Here is where CIDOC, CRM comes really, really handy. I still have 5 minutes, I think. So to cut a long story short, CIDOC, CRM is a relational model. Maybe to skip a few slides, what does that mean, a relational model? I am a person. In CIDOC, CRM, there are classes and properties. Classes are entities and properties are events and relations. So I am E21, which is a class in CIDOC, CRM, that is a person, and I have a name, which is E41, appellation. And the appellation is related to me in the sense that it gives me my name. So there is a relationship between me, the physical person, the name, which is another entity, and the property between us. So, for instance, in the written text, which is a part of the writing field, which is a part of a man-made object, there is the name, which is Niccolò Petronio Cordana or Marco Petronio Cordana, whoever. And when I combine several documents, I get this. So, we saw a man-made object, which is a stone slab. On it is a writing field, part of which is written text, which is about another E21, who has another appellation. So this E21 obviously cannot be Gregor Pobežin, but Marco Petronio Cordana, or Niccolò Petronio Cordana. And Niccolò Petronio Cordana is also mentioned, for instance, in another written text, written by another person, another actor, or so on and so forth. So what does this serve? Well, let me go back to the inscription that you saw. 3 brothers and 1 father were mentioned on that inscription. They have a relationship. The father who gave birth to 3 brothers, which is a very crude way of establishing the relationship between only 4 actors on one particular inscription. Imagine the possibility if I enter all the names from, say, 1,000 inscriptions and another 2,000 documents. So the graph, which we have here, will be much, much more complex. Now, to conclude with the obsession of mine. The Marco Petronio Cordana that I mentioned several times was a nobleman from Piran who kind of lost his footing in Piran, and eventually we find him in the court of Vienna, and eventually we find him in the court of Louis XIV. He happened to write a poem well, a book actually in 12 poems, much like Virgil, and dedicated it to Louis XIV, who actually wrote a letter and admitted Marco Petronio Cordana to the court. So here we have a little bit of a model of our own, let's say, 6 degrees of separation, where we have Niccolò Petronio Cardana, who was the uncle of Marco Petronio Cardana. And this Marco Petronio Cardana, for instance, this is the information extracted only from one document, converged with one Lorenzo Tiepolo and Louis XIV. So here we have a micro network. Let's say a piece of a micro network from one particular biography that tells us about the relationships of one man to 2 other men. Now, I'm working currently on mapping this particular biography with all the intricacies and all the data. And when I'm finished, well, let's just say that the whole panel will be much too small to show all the relationships for just one person and in just one lifetime. When we add the information from other inscriptions from just one town, this network will already be really, really rich and really, really complex, with all the degrees of separations distinctly traceable between the individual actors, which in CIDOC CRM is E34. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gregor, for the presentation. And maybe, again, positive comments to the organizers as well, as this kind of forensics of the heritage continues so smoothly. But I was wondering, how do you, so this is a tool you are showing to us. How do you envision, or how could it be a heritage, digital heritage presentation tool for the general public? Or do you see this happening one day, or what is this future?
I would like to think of myself as a pioneer in this particular field. However, I'm 20 years too late. So there are several projects that already, let's say, made a roadmap for us. There was this beautiful British project, which is called Kindred, where you could already see, for instance, how they envisioned that, but it was quite flat, and they decided to stay an island, let's say, right? But there was another really, really important project where I met some of my colleagues. Maybe one name that I will drop will sound familiar to the audience. It's Uni Tuominen from the University of Aalto. Anyway, they further developed this CIDOC CRM, which is a little bit rigid. As you can see, for instance, if I wanted to introduce myself in terms of CIDOC CRM, I would have to say that I'm a person related to a specific name, right? So they evolved this CIDOC CRM into what is called Bio CRM, which is more plastic, more adaptable to describing not only biographical data, but also prosopographical data. And biographical data and prosopographical data, they can be beautifully visualized in all sorts of 3D models, 3D graphs. And if anyone is particularly interested in some of these projects, I have a more deep knowledge about one of them, which was Intavia. This project was a Horizon 2020 project that I was involved with one of them was the Aalto University. And the beauty of CIDOC CRM really is that it allows you to analyze and present data which is as much physical as it is virtual. So that's the beauty of it.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Please.
Sorry, I have a question.
I was thinking as much.
Thanks a lot. It's really a useful, I think now, way to use also artificial intelligence in order to facilitate also historians to find sources and so on. Just a question, a really basic one. Does this program, this project, include in the moment that you launch the question also the historiography about the people that you are studying? For instance, just looking at the first about Paolo Vergerio, of course, and immediately I have understood that it was about Paolo Vergerio, but I am from this area and it's very known. But two questions. The first one, does this program, you put into the program all the references about documents, other objects, plates, and so on, but also historiography?
You're speaking poetry to me.
Yeah.
Sweet poetry.
Yeah,
because this is exactly where I feel most
because otherwise
addressed.
It's not so useful for us.
Absolutely, I agree.
No, I'm speaking as an historian because the risk I see is that as sometimes young people usually don't go back to look at what people has written when they begin a research, not always, only the last things that have been written. This could be really useful with but I didn't see it in your presentation, and so was my question.
Yeah, well, this is the XML part, right? So this is the XML part. So the CIDOC CRM part, it's really, really, really useful for visualizations, which the XML part is not. So XML is a markup language, but what we are using actually, is a, let's say, document template, which was prepared, and it's still being worked on, in a community which is called the EPIDOC community. And the EPIDOC, well, obviously you know that, and the EPIDOC community, so the latest schema is, it's as good as for the description of manuscripts or epigraphs, and you can interconnect them, right? How can you do that? For instance, historical actors, well, there's another tool which is really, really useful, which is the Wikidata, where if there is a person there, you can just make a nice little attribute in the XML structure, where you enter the Wikidata anchor, and from there you can enter all sorts of information, historiographic information, without which I totally agree. All of this is just, it looks nice, but it has no additional value. I myself, much like you, am most interested in what is written, right? Not which kind of stone that is, which is useful in itself. But the actual inscription is what tickles me most.
Thank you. We have just enough time for one question more. Thank you.
Hi. Well, thanks for the presentation. I have a basic question as well about your background, because it's interesting the way you combine the historiographic approach with I would say like this as a digital humanist or something like this. So I think and this project maybe can be useful even to launch a debate on this figure, which is central in these days, and in some states, like in Italy, for example, it's an undervalued figure at the moment, at least.
You think?
No? Yeah, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah, for example, we do not have like the possibility. There is not a scientific. You cannot be a professor of digital humanities, for example. No, you cannot have the habilitation as a professor of digital humanities, even though there are many prominent figures working on these topics. No, but at most of the time they come from like informatics, or few of them are humanistic approaches.
Well, to give you my background, I will quote Umberto Eco, who wrote in one of his novels about the so-called losers. I consider myself to be an Eco-esque loser because I started as a classical philologist, and I still think of myself as a classical philologist. But with time, I became a Greek and Roman historian. And with time, through this obsession, I turned digital humanist. For instance, understanding XML for me, which is just a language, is really easy. The CIDOC CRM part is not so easy. It's not intuitive for me. But I do understand what you're saying, although I am a little bit surprised, having met quite a few, as you said, really capable people from Italy, like Alessandro Carrieri, for instance. I know. I don't know. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
We have prominent figure, but no academic position.
Right, yeah.
Thank you, Gregor.
Thank you.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh. Okay.
You are Asta.
Hmm?
Your name is Asta.
No, I'm Rima. I'm Rima. Yeah. There are two of us.
So our next presenter is Rima Valinčiūtė-Varnė, coming from Lithuania, Vytautas Magnus University. So one of the partners of the T4EU network. And the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for opportunity to take part in this wonderful conference. And I'm coming from Kaunas, it's the second city of Lithuania. And today I want to present transformations of one of the most damaged churches in Lithuania, Corpus Dei Dominican Church. So this church, as I mentioned, is one of the most damaged sacred buildings in Kaunas in Lithuania. It has undergone several drastic reconstructions throughout its history, and the development of the architecture has not been entirely clear until now. But architectural field research conducted by architect restaurer Asta Prikockienė, combined with historical research by Vaida Kamuntavičienė and art history research by me, Rima Valinčiūtė-Varnė, made it possible to clarify the changes in the architecture of the Kaunas Dominicans. The method of visual reconstruction was chosen to convey this, allowing complex processes to be presented clearly and coherently in a way that is understandable to the specialists and the general public. And visual reconstructions were made by Asta Prikockienė and drawn by Rusnė Griškutė. Thus, the architecture of the church was shaped by 7 main stages of construction and reconstruction. From the beginning, Kaunas resident Dominykas Narkevičius, in his will of 1631, promised to donate a plot of land and a brick house on the city's main Vilnius street to the Dominicans if they settled in Kaunas within 10 years. The plot was not large enough to establish a convent, but as the deadline approached in 1641, Kristupas Belozoras, Marshal of Upytė, bought several plots across the street and donated them to Dominicans to establish themselves on the edge of that was then Kaunas. The Kaunas Dominican Convent was formed, as we can see, from 5 residential properties located along the main Vilnius street. Vilnius is the name of our capital, but it's also the name of the street because it's going straight to the Vilnius. The church was built between 1642 and 44 at the foundations of 2 former brick houses. We can see red ones. The church had a rectangular plan, a single nave, a lower presbytery with a semicircular apse, as was typical to the Renaissance style. The church windows were tall, semicircular, and separated by Tuscan ordered pilasters. The brick mullion found in the middle window of the main facade indicates that the other windows may also have been mullion windows, decorated with traceries, which shows the long-lasting influence of the Gothic style. Judging by the height of the windows, the church ceilings were most likely wooden. And contrary to the other Gothic and Renaissance churches in Kaunas built in the 15th, 17th centuries, the Dominicans did not follow the traditional orientation to the high altar to the east, but turned the main southern facade towards the most important Vilnius street and the altar towards the north. This shows a shift toward a Baroque piety formed by a Council of Trent. The church was adorned with a pediment on the main southern facade, but it's difficult to identify whether it was Renaissance or early Baroque in style. In any case, such coexistence of the styles, Gothic, Renaissance, Baroque, in one building is a characteristic feature of Lithuanian architecture in the first half of the 17th century. The convents suffered greatly during the war with Moscow and Sweden in the mid-17th century. However, with the generous support of the Minsk magnate, royal captain Jeronimas Myklas Ivanovskis and others, the Dominicans began an ambitious project. Between 1676 and 1689, a transept was added to the single nave church, and the presbytery was raised, thus forming a cruciform church. The window openings were reduced, forming round and semicircular windows and segmental windows in the transept. The mullions were replaced with wooden window frames. One is found still preserved. Two turrets were added on the sides of the main facade, serving as a bell tower, and a signature spire, which is not shown here. Cylindrical vaults were built inside, and two blind domes at the church chapels at the ends of the transept. Italian architect Pietro Puttini was invited to carry out this work with the Camaldulys monks from Pažaislis. This is how the church acquired a major Baroque forms. And that cruciform church, Dominican, we can see, recognize in this second oldest panorama of Kaunas on the left corner. 100 years later, the Dominicans undertook further renovations, which we learn about not from written, but from iconographic sources, coming from the mid-19th century, from measurements made by Stanislav Gorsky and Ivan Dmitriev. They have small differences. One photograph and one wonderful watercolor made by Vasily Sadovnikov. Thus, in 1770s, 1790s, the church was decorated with 3 late Baroque pediments. At the same time, a late Baroque ensemble of 7 stucco altars was created in the interior of the church, and in 1776, construction of a brick monastery began. This was a reflection not only of the processes taking place in Kaunas and in the whole Dominican province of Lithuania, but also throughout the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, known as the Vilnius Late Baroque Architectural School. We can see monastery close to the church, and it's only a small piece from the whole panorama of Kaunas. Unfortunately, the church and Dominican monastery were closed by the Russian Empire in 1845 and reconstructed into a Neo-Byzantine Orthodox church between 1864 and 68. The facades were thickly plastered, covering and replacing the window openings. The entire section above the windows was demolished, adding 2 domes and a large wooden tower. Inside, the late Baroque altar was demolished and iconostasis was installed. Since then, the sanctuary has been perceived as a dissonant heritage. And from 1915 to 1918, it served as a Catholic church of German soldiers during German occupation. From 1919, it became the Catholic Church again of the Holy Sacrament for school children and students. The central tower and domes were demolished. The main facade was decorated with mosaic, and the interior was adorned with stained glass windows and frescoes, creating a modern interior. But in 1948, the church was nationalized by Soviets, and in 1963-65, it was converted into the Santaka Cinema Theater. Outside doesn't change much, but inside, the two-story floor and the cinema hall installed, destroying the sacred space. You can see theater with movie. In 1990, the Church of the Holy Sacrament was returned to the Catholics, research, and from 2019, restoration of its facades began, uncovering layers of the church's architecture. And it's interesting that we can find windows from three periods, from three stages, like tracery, late Maice Baroque windows, and from stained glass windows frames. However, this restoration of the sacred inner space and its interior is still as prospect for the future. And as we can see, only two stages of reconstruction were inspired by spiritual growth, primal construction and late Baroque reconstruction. Two other were dictated by traumatic reconstructions from Russian Empire and Soviet times, which we can call dissonant heritage. Three others, not counting smaller restorations after North and Napoleon War, we can call healing from trauma. So approximately every 30 years, we have kind of war and the long-lasting healing from it. One more thing, what I want to show you is ground-penetrating radar scanning. Just in order to confirm the hypothesis raised during the research, we initiated 3D ground-penetrating radar scanning of the Kaunas Dominican Church territory, which was carried out in 2025 by GeoBaltic. Technical data you can see on the screen. Unfortunately, the research was not conducted on the entire territory of the former convent, but rather in a relatively limited area in the monastery courtyard and in the church. Of course, budget was limited, as always, and in some places, samplings were not useful because part of the territory was already being investigated by archaeologists and found to have been dug up in the mid-19th century during the construction of the Kaunas Boys Gymnasium in the upper part. And during the Soviet era, when heating pipes were laid and an underground passage was dug. Also, the territory during the scanning was covered with flower beds, so we didn't want to quarrel with neighbors. And we have to abandon scanning in the interior of the monastery in search of the cellar mentioned in the sources, because the rooms are narrow and filled with the restaurant equipment, and it wouldn't be informative. So the Georadar survey was conducted, and the results are like this. No anomalies were found in areas A1 and A2 because they are covered with signal blocking tiles, part of it. But it's likely that there was no more building traces here because from former archaeological research, it is known that, and from sources it is known that cemetery was located around the church that operated from 1642 to 1795, and archaeologists found burials in 4 layers. At the areas A3 and A4, remains of masonry foundations were found at the deep from 80 to 140 centimeters deep. And I think that the number 5 and 3 could be the remains of former wooden monastery, which should be along the main Vilnius street. In the northern courtyard, we can see anomalies 6 and 8, which are at the depth of 260 centimeters, and it's likely that it's monastery annex depicted in the above-mentioned Sadovnikov's watercolor. And at the church, number 9 is for the cellar that we know and have, and number 10 is for an excavated cellar that is mentioned in the sources, but now we have approval that it exists. And the Church of the Holy Sacrament is a unique architectural monument conveying 400 years history of Lithuania in one building, and modern research and restoration technologies allow us to better understand the uniqueness of this church and to present it in a way that is understandable both to specialists and to the general public. And this encourages a better appreciation of this church, not as a dissonant heritage, but as integral part of our difficult culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Rima. So the church has gone through all those transformations from being a Catholic church into Orthodox, and then a cinema, back to a Catholic church. And I'm not sure what is the hope or goal of the congregation at the moment, that if they wish to renovate it, or, but no, if I imagine that there would be funds to renovate it, then you have those very different kinds of data. You have archival materials, you have now the 3D scans, you have the digital images of it, but at the same time you have what you mentioned, the difficult heritage or the dissonant heritage. And are there already discussions, or what would you say that which one of those databases would be the leading, in a way, the leading figure to make choices that when you start renovating, then where do you draw back to, or what is the cornerstone?
And actually, there is a movement like to come back to the late Baroque architecture. Here we have drawings, we have this picture, But actually now a church is more like art in it, like stained glass windows and mural paintings and mosaic at the fronton. They are more connected with Neo-Byzantine church. So it's difficult which stage we should come back. So the architect Asta Prikotskienė is skeptical about rebuilding late Baroque frontons because it would be like creating new and she just like a program is for restoration of the facades. We have program of restoration in Kaunas for the facades. It is donated by municipality. So she just in different colors marked the differences of Baroque and Orthodox architecture, different stages. So we can read the whole history in one building right now.
Thank you. Any questions, please, Martin?
Just to, I don't know, I don't want to intrigue anything, but is there any room in the discussions for anything new, like from our era, to be added onto it? For example, not just architecture, maybe art, sculptures, not just reconstructing something from the past.
Now we are working on just demolishing this partition that divide us an inner space. And it's at the moment it's like that demolish only central part, one nave, and at the crossings there will be left 2 stages because community needs spaces. So it will be like this very modern architecture won't be added, but this architect, Asta Prikotskienė, she always plays with the different styles and makes a touch of modern of these times at every place where she reconstructs or restores. She always tries to add some modern architecture from our times.
In the capital of Lithuania, in Vilnius, there's a very interesting example of intermediate use in the Church of St. Mary in the old town, where this church, which was turned into a storage in the Soviet period, now functions as a restaurant. And
Yes. Ramintoja, you mean? Yeah, we have two very similar situations. In Vilnius and in Kaunas with these churches. Yeah.
Any other questions? Please, of course.
But it's my issues. So thanks a lot for your presentation. Really very, very interesting. Just a question. Who decide how to renovate, how to transform again a building? It's shared with the population, or it's from the government commitment? It's something for the academic? Because in Italy, for instance, for the fascist buildings, we had a big debate, and we have still a big debate about it. So, just to know, because under this, also the choose to decide this will be again a church, and or what about Vatican, for instance, because Vatican, if it's a Catholic church, has a word, I think. And so I think that there are actors that we did not see in this perspective, but are really very important in the moment that you have to decide what this building should be in the future.
I would say that initiative comes from architect Asta Perikotskiene. She offers the solutions, but of course she doesn't decide by herself. The questions come from community, and the last decision is made by the Archbishop of Kaunas. Yeah, because he kind of, yes, or made the projects, initiates the projects to get the money. Yeah.
But to continue the question, then technically the architect is hired by the church, or is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the heritage board is involved, the heritage specialist in decision making?
They are more like consulting, not offering the decisions, but offering, approving or not approving the decisions. But initiative, I would say, comes from architect at this exact case.
What about this aspect that so the community was mentioned, and of course it would be always a great moment to involve the community, and now you are in this situation that you can also, when you discuss it with the community, you have the possibility to show the community those digital images, but also the heritage from a, say, different angle. Or what do you think? Will it change the public's understanding of the building or the heritage of this place, this area? Or have you already noticed something that those 3D scans have affected the public or the imagination?
Mm-hmm. I really hope that yes, that these scans made a movement in the appreciating this building more, because as I say, it is before it was felt like it's a dissonant heritage, and these scans were published in a journal, and will be published in the book that we are preparing right now. So, and also the representing for the Kaunas public is going to be in several months. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Maybe just one more tiny question about methodology. So you mentioned that the 3D scanning was, well, you couldn't do the whole thing. It's just too expensive, etc., technical issues. So in a way you have fragments, and you start interpreting the fragments. And what kind of questions have raised from there? That are you really lacking some more data? Or does those fragments of digital scanning, where do they lead you in terms of interpreting then this data into drawings, etc.?
Yeah, for example, with this 3 and 5, they were defragmented, and they were drawn not going like this, but like this. And I personally was looking for that scannings and can see that it could be the wall of mural pediments of the survey. It was like going like this. So my suggestion was that wooden convent should be along the street, like logical like this. So I just corrected a little bit based on what I see in this scanning results.
Right. There is one question, please.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Thanks for your presentation. Just a question. The analysis of the scans were all manual, or you use some AI or something?
This question should be to Geo-Baltic addressed. We just working with the results that were given us for us, and the scans from every 20 centimeters in depth I have in the survey, but I showed only one scan for you. So I don't know if they were if they worked with DI.
Okay.
Thank you for all the questions and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
And we have one more presentation before the lunch break. So warmly welcome Ms. Hilkka Hiiop and Andres Uueni with their presentation of two case studies from large-scale renovations in Estonia. Please.
Ei, küll me saame ja mul on ka hästi ka vahel. Ma ei näe nüüd teksti. Hello again, everybody. And now I introduce myself as a conservator and Andres Uueni as a imaging specialist and 3D specialist. And we are trying to give a overview what we are doing through two case studies. And we are offering kind of a cross-section of our recent work viewed through the lens of two selected case studies. These examples illustrate not only specific conservation challenges, but also the broader methodological framework that guides us, our practice, serving as a platform for discussing both practical decision-making and the research strategy that inform our approach. In recent decades, technical research or technical art history, which is combined with archival investigation and the insight of art historians and historians, has become an essential component of conservation practices. This integrated interdisciplinary approach is now fundamental at every stage of conservation, from planning and designing the execution, analytical evaluation, and final documentation. When focusing on conservation and technical art history, our key question is not how we do things, but why we do them. Therefore, in this presentation, we aim to demonstrate why imaging is valuable for our field and how it can contribute meaningfully to the preservation of cultural heritage. And let us now consider the types of questions that can be addressed through technical art history. First, it enables a deeper understanding of the original materials used to create a particular artwork, including their origin, cost, transportation, and trade history, all of which may influence the artwork's value. It allows us to assess authenticity, whether an artwork was created in a particular period or by a specific artist. We can analyze an artist's working methods, sometimes even identifying fingerprints or tool marks, which creates a tangible connection to artists who lived centuries ago. And last but not least, technical investigation allows us to assess and document the condition of an artwork. For example, identify the decay processes and structural changes.
We have planned our presentation in two parts. First, we will provide a general introduction to the field of technical art history, outlining the key research questions and presenting a few methodological examples. In the second part, we will introduce two case studies that demonstrate the use of capture technologies in the care and study of artistic heritage.
The methodology of the discipline known as technical art history is much broader than digital tools alone. It is an inherently multidisciplinary field that brings together specialists from the natural sciences, as you see here, such as analytical chemistry, physics, geography, and microscopy, as well as information technology and humanities, among others. In essence, the term technical art history refers to the field of research that investigates the materiality of the artwork, how they are made, from what materials, and how those materials behave and change. We will now just give you a few examples of the methods we use to examine the artworks or the physical body of the artworks. Through various techniques and collaboration with a wide range of specialists, we aim to gather as much information as possible about the materials of the artifacts, pigments, like pigments, binders, fillers, fibers, wood grain, and much more. Using analytical chemistry and advanced microscopy, we can determine the composition of individual layers, elements, and materials within the artwork.
Technical art history is closely related to scientific photography. We specialized in capturing accurate, high-quality images that record data, document experiments, and support research across scientific fields such as analytical chemistry, biology, forensics, and engineering. In short, imaging employs advanced, often specialized equipment such as microscopes and specific cameras to visualize subjects beyond the limits of human vision, or to record complex geometrical objects and data. Key aspects include the purpose, providing visual evidence, analyzing phenomena, and communicating findings to research and education, and the techniques themselves. These include photomicrography, multispectral imaging such as ultraviolet, infrared, and fluorescence photography, reflectance transformation imaging, as well as metric survey and measurement methods. This methodology requires high technical precision and often specialized lighting and equipment to capture challenging surfaces and surface properties, such as reflective or transparent materials. As technology advances, imaging plays an increasing role in bridging art and science, allowing researchers to visualize, analyze, and share findings with both the scientific community and the public. Moving closer to today's main topic, let us turn to the physics of light. By working across a wide range of wavelengths, we can reveal layers of artwork that are invisible to the naked eye, uncover hidden stages of artistic creation and better understand the artifact structural elements. For example, X-radiography, well known from medical diagnostics, allows us to investigate internal structures and concealed components of the artwork. When transport is possible, we collaborate with the hospitals. When it's not, the Estonian Tax and Customs Board assists us by bridging portable X-ray equipment normally used at the borders to detect contraband directly to the site. For demographic investigations, sculptures are transported to the Forensic Science Institute, where computer tomography enables us to visualize X-ray data three-dimensionally. In fact, 3D X-ray imaging is currently a particular focus of our research. Here you can see some example captured from medieval sculpture, where you can see different materials and gilding. Yeah.
So now we will introduce our case studies. The first one focuses on the great altarpiece by the renowned Hanseatic medieval artist Bert Notke, and probably most of you know the name. It's a jewel of our cultural heritage located in the Holy Spirit Church in Tallinn. The altarpiece arrived from Lübeck in 1483. It is difficult to overestimate Notke's importance. He was a master artisan of the Hanseatic world, operating primarily in Lübeck and in Stockholm, and was leading workshop master who managed a large, complex commission.
Turning to conservation issues, technical investigation revealed that the altarpiece had been painted 3 times. Fortunately, inscriptions held by St. Peter's identify the dates of overpainting, 1625 and 1815. Paint layer analysis confirmed that the use of periodic specific pigments, azurite in the medieval layer, smalt in early modern layer, and Prussian blue in the later one. Initially, our conservation decision was to reveal the original medieval layer by Bert Notke. The 2 later layers, although historically valuable, were physically removed but preserved digitally through 3D documentation. During the conservation of St. Mary, however, an intriguing historical information was found about the master of 1625 layer, local artist Pavel Blome. As none of his works survive today, this overpainting is effectively his only preserved work. Given to the growing importance of local histories, we revised our conservation concept. Although the 1625 layer of St. Mary was preserved digitally, it remains digital rather than physical. Digital documentation does not replace the physical object, it mediates it. In addition, 3D model can be used as a map of information, adding annotation layers. And in this case of St. Philip, the sculpture position allowed us to retain half of the figure covered with secondary layers. This approach enables different conservation strategies to be preserved and demonstrated for the future generations within a single object.
So yes, our second case study concerned a recent conservation project, monumental 17th century canvas ceiling painting measuring approximately 60 square meters. And actually, it's a painting we are going to visit with some of you or most of you on Thursday. So it's an introduction. And it was discovered during the renovation of the Nobility House in Tallinn. The painting has been hidden for centuries behind the secondary ceiling and covered with at least 4 layers of whitewash, or maybe it was even more. It is one of the few known canvas ceilings in Estonia. And here you can see some imaging showing how it was discovered, dismantled, and conserved. And that was really most exciting conservation I have done personally. The painting displays exceptional high artistic quality, especially in the context of Estonians' relatively provincial art scene at that period.
After conservation, the canvas remained noticeably wrinkled despite the extensive efforts to flatten it. While earlier I discussed the value of 3D modeling for three-dimensional objects, here I would like to demonstrate its importance of two-dimensional artifacts. Using photogrammetric method, we created 3D model of the canvas and derived digital elevation model, a technique borrowed from geography. This model clearly visualized surface unevenness. We then mounted the canvas onto the complex self-stretching aluminum frame with an integrated spring system and remounted it on the ceiling. A second 3D model showed that the digital elevation model after remounting documented a near complete elimination of deformations and a more uniform tension across the canvas. The red part is closer to the floor.
And here you see one possible digital reconstruction. Digital reconstruction enables the visual recovering of damages or missing areas by drawing on visual evidence from better preserved sections of the same artwork. By digitally extrapolating forms, colors, and compositional structures, these reconstructions provide a more coherent view of the original appearance without physically intervening in the objects. So actually on site you see the original, how it is preserved, and digitally you can see a kind of reconstructed original.
To conclude, we have briefly demonstrated the role of digital methods in the conservation of cultural heritage, while digitality also encompasses aspects such as open access and public engagement. Today's presentation has focused in illustrating the multidisciplinary nature of technical art history and the value of digital tools within conservation practice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aitäh. Thank you for this captivating presentation. Any questions, comments from the audience? Please.
That was really wonderful. Actually, I really loved it. I love the kind of the rigor and the sort of the sheer intensity and the variety of angles and different kind of mediums. And my question actually is about how do you go about organizing all this data that you have? It must be like an incredible job.
Mainly in our head.
Yeah, that's kind of a difficult question because it's always like how you preserve the data and how you organize.
Yeah. And I guess it's continuously changing. And
actually, no. there are some entities which continuously repeating in different projects, and we can map themselves to each other and learn from previous and other projects as well. But the idea is that we are preserving data in a way that even some presentation or online system is collapsing, some other person in the future is able to, from the file level to reach it and understand it.
And I just mentioned, because I'm a conservator, I'm not a data organizer, he's a digital guy, but we try in every project, also those one, we try to also make it publicly available and through the websites or something, and then especially 3D models, and that people can really see. And this is the front side, what a specialist interested parties can see, and then the behind part, what Anders said, what you can't see, the data, original data is organized. Yeah, so we try to always make it available. And in this Notca case, we are just working with the website to present all data for public.
And a very interesting case was in one moment when I was doing some infrared imaging on the altarpiece, about the altarpiece one part. There were some American tourists, they arrived, and then most of them, they started to look what I do, not the object itself. And then we had some 2-hour excursion of a digital world with them. It's like their excursion was totally collapsed, and afterwards I got some emails from them, a couple of them. They said, "Oh, I saw the result on the website." And so it can be turned totally other way also sometimes.
It's a way to make the historic art contemporary, kind of like how you transform it into nowadays.
The imagery is really like striking as well. You know, it's very beautiful. It's almost like the kind of all the data combined is sort of another version of it. It's almost as true as the thing itself. I think the more data you add.
It's a translation process in a way.
There is also some issues in some cases where the data, not the Notca case or in this plafond case, but sometimes you are going very, very deep into the data, and then you are starting to lose the main goal. It's like.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. It made me think a lot of what is an artwork, because like, for example, the example of the Virgin Mary and the 3 different versions of 3 different centuries. So you choose to restore just one in one form, you know, but then you reconstructed on 3D model even the other 2, if I understood correctly.
Not reconstructed, but captured.
Captured.
Through the conservation process, I was following the process, and the moment the conservator said that this layer is gone now, I made the next layer.
Yeah, but
it's
now
original,
how many like you have 3D version of the and what are these other 2 model? Are artwork as well? Are not? And if they are, because no, even thinking about like the art in this technique, like it's a very Warburg question, no, very, very old, and and I'm just guessing, is this art as well? And if it is, you organize the data, but what about these models? They can be part of a repository, a public repository. They can be seen as a kind of digital museum as well. Yeah, this is my thoughts about this amazing job.
About the small comment just about the artwork. If to make some photogrammetric or 3D survey measurement about some certain heritage object, the first stage, as possible, I try to hide myself and in the future maybe to give it to someone or to play myself and to create art from these kind of things. But I try to, as objective as possible, to keep it. But the tricky part is that no one actually except our conservation team are able to see the physical part. This is the.
But anyhow, they will be available soon for public as well via our webpage we are just creating. But it's also so one thing is artwork, but the other also is what we didn't talk so much today is a concept of digital twin. And this is much discussed. We discussed, and we even wrote an article on memory twin. And we wrote recently an article to discuss what is digital twin, a memory twin, and does the concept exist, and etc. etc. And this is a very intriguing question, actually. And today, maybe next presentation, we are talking about digital twin. Does it exist or not?
Because I just saw that, for example, they opened a museum in Rome, but it's dangerous to go in there. So it was publicly open, but only digitally. So they reconstructed the internal, and so it's an open museum, but just digitally open. No?
Maybe one thing to just to finish. No, you have time. Is me as a conservator, we work together already like 20 years, or I don't know how long, with digitality, and for me. Maybe it's my, I don't know, I'm conservative. And digitality in historical valuable object works only when the object is there. Otherwise it becomes like, from documentation point of view, certainly it's necessary. But if it becomes only digital, then for me, it's just, does it have any more sense? Like it's always this materiality. And then together with digitality, and this is kind of like what is my feeling, and we made some exhibition as well with this, in this regard, to understand if a new generation, for example, if they are missing, if they want to see only virtual. But I'm not sure. I think it works only when the physical is there.
But also there are some tricky archaeological findings where during the research, the finding is demolished, and afterwards, I think since 2010 or something, at least in Estonia, the universities or archaeology specialists, if they are expecting some damages during the research, like to take dendrochronology or some DNA research, and then first thing they are capturing it 3D-dimensionally. Even if it's a flat, it doesn't matter. It's like some default workflow. At least some reflectance from the past will be preserved. Yeah.
We have time for one more question.
Just a bit silly question, but thinking about, you mentioned that sometimes the object, the artifact, might be destroyed during the analysis. How would you feel about reconstructing that from the same materiality? Because obviously these new techniques kind of allow it already, and more so come available. So you would have still the two parts of the twin, the digital and the reconstructed physical. Just a thought.
Maybe me as a conservator, I'm not really fond of physical reconstructions. I always appreciate original or authentic, but it depends certainly. But the reconstruction can be also in different materials, 3D scans, 3D prints, and then
or play.
Yeah. And so it's more the other previous project of Baroque artist Kristjan Akkermann. We played around a bit with the reconstruction, with the new materials, with contemporary materials, 3D printing, but in the physical object, I'm not really fan of.
May I say also that, for example, recently I have worked with a birch tar, which gives us Mesolithic information about DNA, and during the researches, very often the birch tar piece, which is crystallized and nearly like a stone, is demolished to get some piece of teeth or piece of hair from the object. And these objects, I can't imagine that they will be remade as like they were once. Maybe 3D printing as a general object can be giving someone something, but as a object itself and like heritage it carries, it's never possible to.
Yeah, it's history, what it carries.
Yeah, maybe the old phrasing of digital twin is wrong phrasing, because it's the twin means that it's a carbon copy of something or a very exact the same thing. Basically, maybe we need another name for that, because in the city planning there is also, everybody's talking about digital twins and everybody imagines all kinds of things about what the twin is, but it's actually, in your case, it's just a surface model, or maybe sometimes more, but it's actually only one aspect of that thing. Yeah, so it's
That's the discussion, but it's a long discussion about digital. But maybe the digital memory is even the better term.
Maybe a reflection, digital reflection.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is good term, digital reflection. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Good term. Lunchtime, yeah?
Thank you, Hilkka and Andres, and thank you everybody for attending the first session. So I hope you all had a pleasant time off and something good to eat. We will continue with the second part of the day. We will have 5 presentations, and we'll also have a roundtable talk in the end of the day. So we plan to finish roughly at 5 o'clock. And the first speaker after the break, now I welcome a colleague from France, Pierre-Olivier, Mazagol, please.
So hello everybody. After lunchtime is digestion time, so I planned a lot of illustrations and not so much speech. So I want to talk about memories first, because we are in an era with a lot of environmental transformations, resurgence of conflicts, and for manage that in our memories, we have some needs. First need is preservation of our cultural and historical memories. This is very important to keep all these events, bad events and good events, in our memories. And the second need is modern, efficient tools for mediation, a communication about all these events, to keep them in our memories in the good way. And these needs are crucial for educating current and future generations about the impact of human activities on our environments or conflict on local populations. And as I am a geographer, a GIS specialist, I propose to use tools and methodology who involve the 3D digital technologies that include 3D GIS, 3D geovisualizations, and it is not my specialty, but we try to involve these tools, free-time 3D visualizations. For what? For allowing reconstructions, archiving, disseminations for all this lost of endangered heritage and memories. So I will show you two examples that we can make in Saint-Étienne. Two examples on the city of Saint-Étienne. This is the second example. And the first example is near from Saint-Étienne. Saint-Étienne is here, and 15 kilometers from Saint-Étienne we have a dam, a lake. This is a lake from I have a loss of memories. Sorry, no problem. A dam on the lake. It is for a dam for electricity production. Hydroelectric. It is a hydroelectric dam, sorry. And this dam flood all a valley. This is the actual landscape. But in the past, we don't have this lake. We have a valley, a sunken valley now. The dam, the landscape just after the flooding, and the landscape just before the flooding. The flooding is in 57. Sorry. So, under this water, we have all socio-economical activities. For example, we have hydroelectric and thermic power stations here. One of the first in Europe to use these two kinds of energy, thermic and hydro. We have some train lines. We had a train station, leisure activity as like jousting, and we have landscapes. So as you can see, the landscape was not a lake landscape, but a valley landscape. Oh. Actually, in the present, we can see all this stuff which are under the water. For example, we have a navigation map here because we have a port, a pleasure port. So with some boats, we navigate on the water. And this navigation map is for indicate the presence of a bridge under the water. And when the level of water is low, we can saw appear the bridge. And when the level is lower, we can saw this bridge. And when the level is low, inhabitants come to walk under this bridge, on this bridge, sorry. So, these bridges are present in the memories of inhabitants. Inhabitants who saw the valley before the dam, and inhabitants who don't saw that, but they can see all this bridge. So we have different kind of other objects under this water, and for example, tree stump. I call this tree stump the ghost of the Gauche de la Loire, because they are here. Nobody can see them, but they are here. And for example, we have a line of tree stump along the railway, for example. And we have bricks, and we have pavement under the water. So how can we keep all this heritage afloat in the memory and keep them accessible by the general public and for the future generations? So we tried the tools we know, and these tools are 3D GIS. First, we have to download some data. We have some historical aerial photographs. So then we have to georeferencing them. Then we can make a mosaic. This is a mosaic of historical aerial photographs. We can make some homogenizations, because we can see all the difference between all the photographs. On these pictures, you can see difference between all these photographs. And we can automatically colorate these aerial photographs. For example, before the automatic colorizations and after the automatic colorizations. When we have these informations, we can digitize all the objects, all the buildings, all the bridge. And we can add some attributes, some informations to all of these objects. And this is important because for that we need sources. We need records. We need scientific publications. We need, for example, a master thesis. And this point is very important. We need sources. And then we can create a 2D GIS. We can make map. We can make some requests on this database. And so we can have some information. Oh, no. But if it is a 2D GIS, but if I want to have a 3D GIS, I want to have one more information. This information is the digital elevation model. But we have a problem. The digital elevation model is an actual one. So the light is a flat area. So we have to recreate the past relief of the Gorge de la Loire. For that, we take some information to EDF, Électricité de France, France Electricity. This is the manager of the dam. And they give us the bathymetry, the subaquatic relief. And we can mesh up the two data. And we have now digital elevation models from the past landscape of the Gorge de la Loire. And we have another problem, the bathymetry can make some artifact. This is the bridge. Because the bathymetry is made with radar technology, so their records hold the object under the water, including the bridge. So we have to harass them, because we want to have beautiful bridge in our modelization. And now we have a 3D GIS. With this 3D GIS, I can make some 3D modelization. This is our modelizations of the past landscape. It is another modelizations of the present landscape. So we can show the difference between now and yesterday. We can add some objects. This is interesting because this is not a very beautiful house, but we have here a postcard. We choose to include inside our model some records, some ancient documents. And we can make other comparison. This is a postcard, epoch postcard, and this is our modelization. So we have a pretty good restitution of the past landscape. We can navigate on it. This is the famous power stations I told before. And this is a bridge when you can see some people's work. And we can have some requests, for example. Okay. So I can go to this power station, I can click on it, and I can have a lot of information. We have a special power. This application is online, and everybody can access to it. So I will try to make you a demonstration. Sorry, on this, up. Oh, this is not my OS operating system. Ah, yes, okay, sorry. Okay, so we have in direct. I can zoom. Sorry, I can zoom. I can fly over the past landscape. And I can click on it and have these informations. So I share with you the link in the presentation. Okay. You have a short link here or a QR code, and you can access to these 3D modelizations, 3D visualizations. The application is pretty heavy, so it can take time to appear on your browser. And we try other things. So we have a GIS database, and we try to put it in another sort of software. This software is a Twinmotion. It is for free for education purpose. It is architect for, a tool for architects to create very pretty modelization of their product. And we include all modelizations in this software to have some more realistic information and to allows the user to have an immersion inside this past landscape. I prepare. Oh, sorry. A video. This video, we create this video with Twinmotion. We have an issue, sorry. Oh no. I don't understand, but I know. We have a problem, sorry. Perhaps I can't. No. I'm sorry, but it is a video where you can choose the point you want to see. This is a 360 degrees video. If you want to see this video, I'm sorry, you can't. You can use this web link, and then you can access to this video. I'm sorry, I can't show you this video now. So this is three sorts of rendering. The first one is in ArcGIS Pro. This is a 3D GIS modelization. This is a modelization with basic parameters in Twinmotion, and this is a video. Ian said, because with Twinmotion we can put a lot of other objects. We can change the light. We can change the weather. We can change a lot of stuff. We can change just in ArcGIS Pro. And I think this video will work. Okay. We have also the app when you can have a journey in our modelizations, like in a video game. You can have some code if you want. And we have a lot of other applications. For example, we have GIS, 2D GIS applications, where you can access that with this link. We have some videos who compare the present landscape and the past landscape. And I create a story map with all our informations, all the results we have. And then, if you want to see how we create this methodology, you can access to this paper. The second example, I have 2 minutes. The second example is another example about conflict, about war, about Saint-Étienne memories during the World War II. And I just take one example. This is the Corpus Triinu. This is the campus where the Faculty of Humanities is in Saint-Étienne with other faculties. And this is the same neighborhood during the World War II. And as you can see, there is a lot of change because this is a barracks, a military barracks. This military barracks. If I told two actual generations or future generations, the Wehrmacht take place in this barracks, the new generations can't understand that because the current generation knows this Campus Triinu, not this one. So we make the same thing and we make 3D modelizations. During the World War II, actually, our modelizations. It is the same way. This modelization is online. You can click on these buildings and you can have some information about what occurs here during the World War II. Another example, this is Denis Papin. This is another campus of Saint-Étienne. Before we have a velodrome. And this is the modelizations during the World War II. And we can add some information. For example, this red point, it is a collaborationist event. And this green point is a resistance event. And this point is for bombing because the velodrome was destroyed during the World War II. And this is all the bomb impact of this bombardment. Sorry, this bombardment is for 1944, just before it is an Allied bombing. So we have a modelization, a simple one, and we have a more complicated modelization with all this information. This modelization is online, and everybody can access to it, and to have some information about Saint-Étienne, events in Saint-Étienne during the World War II. This is a video. Green point, collaborationism. Red point, sorry, green point for resistance. We have another papers. You can't, this access is free. You can't read this in these papers. So, I have to conclude, sorry. What are the use for this 3D modeling? The first one, it is important that this... No more time?
Sorry. The cabling, if you step on HDMI, then
okay.
it goes blank.
So, this is important because we have a free access to a snapshot of a cultural heritage on the landscape at a time, and also a snapshot of this memory. We have an archive because there is a lot of information we have records in these modelizations. We have a backup copy for heritage. This is important. A backup copy if you start early. And we have an education tools for current and next generations. And for what? For cool stitching. These modelizations are used in Saint-Étienne by teachers. For museum, for memorial, for example, this is the video from the Grandjean 3D modelizations in an exhibitions in Interpretation Center of the Gauche de la Loire, just near the lake. We have permanent exhibitions, and our video, one of our video is permanently projected to the visitors and for the general publics. Rapidly, pro, cons. Pro, we have a 3D GIS database, so database informations are in this database and you can access to it. Online traductions for general public, for students. We try to transform these information to a real-time landscape tool. This is complicated. This is a lot of work, and this is not a geographic tools. So we have realistic results. We have several output media types, so like map, videos, web app. We have an immersive experience in a past landscape, on educational tool. But cons, a lot of work for your realistic modeling. Rendering can be improved, but we need more time and more work for that. The databases are very large, and at this time we use commercial software because we can do that without a lot of time for develop specific tools with open source solutions actually. So at this time we use these commercial software. On some perspective, we want to improve the methodology. We want to try some other tools like Unreal Engine. So we are far away to the GIS with this sort of tools. And we want to explore open source solutions. Thank you, and sorry for the time. And sorry for my English too.
Thank you for the presentation. So we have some 5-6 minutes for questions. Anyone would like to ask, please?
Thank you so much. It's really a wonderful presentation. I really loved the reconstruction of the valley. I think it's really quite realistic and quite amazing to revisit it now that it's been flooded. I just wondered, have you had any feedback from the local people who now can revisit this place? You know,
we had a lot of interview reportage in the local press. So we have a rest interest from all these journalists and the general public, because we had a large audience in the general public, and we have a lot of feedback, because this is a special site, this valley, because as I said at the beginning of my presentations, when the level of water is low, a lot of people go to see all the system. There is a real relation between local populations, and this sunken heritage. So our modelizations have a lot of repercussions for the general public. Sorry.
Directly microphone. Thank you so much. And second time I'm listening, and I'm really fascinating what you are doing. But maybe you mentioned, but did you take some certain time slot of for the reconstruction? It's like some houses are according to photographs, yeah? So it's a 19th century and beginning of 20th century, or you just put all the information from different stratigraphic time periods together?
No, some of documents, archive documents, record documents come from different periods. So we don't have only documents from the period of 1955. In fact, this is the landscape in 1955.
Ah, okay, okay. So 1955, yeah.
Okay. But for example, the postcard from the house is from the beginning of I don't know, perhaps 91 or 92.
And are you working together with archive researchers, historians? Probably I asked you already in Saint-Étienne, but what is your team? Yeah.
My team is first Michel Depère. Michel Depère, the colleague you meet, and he is an historian, a modern historian, contemporary historian. We used a master thesis from one of the students, and we have some student of the master Geonum. Geonum is for digital geography. We have one student from this master here. This is my team, and also a lot of local experts from the records for the municipal archive of Saint-Étienne, for World War II, for example. We work with the memorial of the resistance on the deportation of the Loire department. We have at the a service in the city. His name is Saint-Étienne Ville d'Art et d'Histoire. Saint-Étienne, a town of art and history. We have some experts too here, and we put all these experts in the room, and we ask them a lot of information, and they give us some documents, some photographs, some archive, and we use all of these documents to create our modelization. But I am not an historian. I am a geographer. But I work with everybody. No problem. Interdisciplinarity is the best way to make science.
May I ask also? Have you worked together with a Marseille team, with the IGN people who are using the Micmac?
Yes, Micmac, okay, yes, no. We don't use Micmac on this because why we don't use Micmac? Micmac is a photogrammetric software created by the IGN in France. It is the National Geographic Institute. We don't have need use this Micmac. So no, we don't use Micmac.
Yeah. But for example, from this area, have you found some daguerreotypes or glass plate negatives? As I have my own experience that I have managed to create some 3D models from these materials using fiducial marks and so on. Yeah.
Because when we start to work on this tool, the first one we create is for the Grosjean Sunken Valley. We decide to use tools we have at our disposal, and we decide to use ArcGIS Pro. For one reason, it's because ArcGIS Pro will allow us to communicate easily to a general public using web app.
I see. Thank you.
What exactly is QGIS missing that you don't use it? It's an open source GIS package, quite extensive.
The first one is the possibility to easily share the results. This is the first I think this is a power tools which ArcGIS Pro can allow us. In my point of view, I can't share. I will have a lot of difficulty to share my 3D modelization using QGIS. It will need a lot of development to improve our web app. I don't know how I can do that in QGIS. I can make a lot of clips, but not this one. Sorry.
Thank you for all the questions, and thank you, Pierre, for the presentation.
Thank you.
We move on to our next presenter, Triinu Väikmeri, a researcher from our school, our building. I'm going to talk about wallpapers. Yes.
Praegu ei tulnud. Ole lahke.
Okay. I don't know. Sorry for this little Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Triinu Väikmeri, and I'm a doctoral researcher at the Estonian Academy of Arts, and I'm with a background of interior architecture. And today I will discuss how digital tools can support cultural heritage research using interwar Estonian domestic wallpapers as a case study. Wallpapers are visually rich, but structurally fragile, methodologically challenging, and often overlooked within material culture, which makes them ideal for showing how digital tools can strengthen research, documentation, and interpretation. Interwar wallpapers are part of everyday heritage that shaped how homes in the newly independent Estonia looked and felt. They reflect the taste and aspirations of homeowners and the broader cultural ambitions of the country, showing how international styles were interpreted locally. Although Estonia did not produce wallpapers at the time, the patterns used here form a valuable record of local domestic culture, showing which designs circulated, where they were used, and how they relate to wider European trends. Unlike furniture or architectural elements, wallpapers changed quickly with fashion and were replaced often. This makes them excellent indicators of everyday visual culture, but it also means that very little survives. What remains today is only a small fraction, since most of it was never intentionally preserved. Most interwar wallpapers survive as small pieces uncovered during renovations, often damaged, discolored, or incomplete, or appear only incidentally in the background of old photos. So this creates a methodological challenge. The evidence is partial, uneven in quality, and dispersed across private collections, archives, and digital platforms. Conventional research relies on well-preserved, well-documented objects, but wallpapers almost never meet that standard. This is where digital tools can become essential. In Estonia, the museum's information system MUIS and the National Library's digital archive DIGAR are indispensable starting points for research. They make large amounts of archival material easily accessible, allowing us to view digitized wallpaper fragments, interior photographs, advertisements, and articles that would otherwise remain dispersed and difficult to trace. The archive's information system, ICE, is also a valuable resource, especially for locating documents through keyword search and identifying potentially relevant sources across different archives. Archival photographs and periodicals offer indirect but valuable information. Photos capture wallpapers in the background of everyday domestic scenes, while newspapers and magazines expose what was available, fashionable, or affordable. These sources, however, have limitations. In MUIS, interwar photographs rarely focus on interiors, leaving wallpapers only partially visible. Black and white images lack color information and can distort pattern geometry. And the archival metadata is inconsistent, as keyword search is not designed to spot visual details on the photo. DIGAR's vast collection of digitized newspapers and magazines is searchable mainly through optical character recognition text, making visual content difficult to locate. A lot of our archival material in ICE remains undigitized, and document entries often provide minimal information of the content. As a result, determining usefulness for research often requires further examining the materials in person. Although digital archives improve access, the material remains scattered. Researchers must piece it together manually which is a slow, labor-intensive process where connections between sources can easily be missed. International wallpaper databases provide structured access to historical material, offering digitized wallpaper fragments with detailed information about manufacturers, styles, and production techniques. They help situate Estonian wallpapers within broader historical trends and provide context for comparison. However, these databases rely on text-based metadata and do not support visual similarity search. Manual comparison is possible, but extremely time-consuming, especially when working with damaged fragments. While these databases are valuable, they are not yet integrated into an efficient research workflow. Estonia currently lacks such a national overview of historic wallpapers. Material is scattered around museums, archives, private collections, and finish layer studies, with no shared structure for comparison. As a result, researchers, conservators, and designers work with incomplete information. Fragments are not linked to archival photographs, patterns cannot be compared across collections, and damaged material remains difficult to interpret. The information exists, but the infrastructure for understanding it does not. A structured overview would significantly support restoration practice, helping to make quicker, better informed decisions. Wallpapers are key indicators in finish layer studies, and the absence of central resource creates uncertainty in decision making. A national database could begin as a simple table-based register, bringing together digitized fragments, essential metadata, and findings from finish layer studies. Entries would include high-resolution images of fragments and links to muis, digar, eyes, and private collections. The system could grow gradually. Its modular structure would allow new components to be added over time, such as information on historical wallpaper sellers, region-specific research, or references to period articles. The same framework could later be adapted for other historic interior materials. To remain sustainable, the database would require institutional coordination with curated contributions from homeowners, researchers, and design professionals. The goal is not to replace our archival work, but to create a practical starting point that makes dispersed material easier to locate, compare, and use. For this presentation, I tested freely available AI tools to understand how they might support wallpaper research. And since I am not an AI specialist, and there may already be suitable tools I am unaware of, then all suggestions are welcome. Different AI tools produce very different results. Some handle historic material surprisingly well, while others distort it completely. Outcomes also depend heavily on prompt formulation, which means that even small wording changes can shift the results significantly. Because free tools only allow a few attempts, the examples shown here are illustrative rather than definitive. With more iterations, many tools would likely perform better. This inconsistency is why we need tools designed specifically for wallpapers, with algorithms that understand pattern logic, repeat structures, and typical forms of paper damage. AI becomes relevant because the main challenge is not the lack of material, but the lack of capacity. Manual comparison is slow. Cleaning fragments is time-consuming. Reconstruction requires specialized skills, and color information is often lost. AI does not replace traditional conservation or research methods, nor should it. But it can accelerate workflows, make damaged material more readable, and help preserve visual information, but physical preservation is no longer possible. In that sense, AI is not a shortcut, but a support system for working more effectively with fragile, fragmented, and under-documented materials. One of the most immediately useful applications of AI is digital cleaning. Many wallpaper fragments survive in poor condition, stained, folded, torn, or covered with renovation dust. AI-assisted cleaning allows us to remove this surface noise digitally, revealing the underlying pattern more clearly, without affecting the physical object in any way, but simply making the digital image easier to analyze. It is particularly helpful when fragments are too fragile or to clean physically, or when the goal is to understand the pattern before any conservation treatment is attempted. Digital cleaning has clear advantages. It's fast, risk-free, and often exposes details difficult to see on the damaged original. But it also has limitations. Some tools over-clean and remove historical traces that are important for understanding the object's life. Results vary between tools, and cleaned images must always be shown alongside originals to avoid misleading impressions of authenticity. Compared to traditional conservation, which is slow, delicate, and irreversible, AI cleaning is a reversible analytical aid, a way to prepare material for research, not a replacement for physical treatment. AI can also help reconstruct missing areas. Many wallpapers survive only as irregular fragments, making full patterns difficult to understand. AI tools can fill missing sections and suggest how the complete motif might have looked, which is useful for identifying patterns, comparing fragments, and documenting material, too incomplete for manual analysis. These reconstructions are interpretive, and AI may invent details that never existed, so results must always be checked against the surviving fragment. Color recovery is closely related. Most historic photos are black and white, and many fragments have faded. AI colorization provides a tonal approximation of the original palette, helping visualize the pattern's character. It is not a scientific color match. Pigment analysis still remains the only accurate method, but it offers a quick way to explore how the wallpaper might have appeared. Compared to manual reconstruction or laboratory analysis, AI provides a rapid, low-cost orientation tool that supports rather than replaces traditional methods. Understanding repeat structure is essential for analyzing wallpapers. AI can identify the underlying grid and generate seamless repeat, even when the surviving fragment is incomplete. This helps to classify patterns, compare them across collections, link fragments to archival photographs, and visualize how the wallpaper originally appeared in a room. AI's strength is in its speed. Determining repeats manually is extremely time-consuming, especially with small or damaged fragments. AI can propose a repeat structure within seconds, but here too, caution is necessary. It tends to create perfect repeats, smoothing out irregularities that may have been present in the original printing. And it can sometimes be overly creative, ignoring the logical structure of surviving fragment. Since these historical imperfections and underlying pattern logics are meaningful, the AI-generated repeats must always be checked against the physical fragment to ensure that the interpretations remains grounded in the material evidence. Historic interior photographs often show wallpapers only in the background, small, blurred, and without color. AI colorization can restore some of the visual atmosphere in the rooms, helping us understand how wallpapers interacted with furniture, textile, and light. This is valuable for exhibitions, teaching, and public engagement, where visual context helps make the material more accessible. At the same time, colorized images must be treated with care. The colors are always approximate, and results can appear more authoritative than they are. AI colorization should be clearly labeled as interpretive and always presented alongside the original photograph. Compared to manual colorization, which is slow and artistic, AI offers a quick way to explore tonal relationships and spatial impressions without claiming historical accuracy. Across all these examples, the key point is that AI does not replace traditional methods. Physical fragments still need to be stabilized, cleaned, and preserved whenever possible. But many wallpapers cannot be saved. Homeowners rarely document them, and archives lack space and resources for storing fragile material. Without simplified digital workflows, much of this heritage risks disappearing undocumented. AI-supported documentation increases the likelihood that at least visual information survives. And when original wallpapers are missing, AI-assisted reconstructions can support historically informed reinterpretations that remain clearly distinguishable from the original, following the same principles used in conservation. Beyond research and restoration, reconstructed patterns can also be adapted for other elements, such as interior textiles, upholstery, or decorative surfaces, allowing historical motifs to re-enter contemporary environments in new, meaningful ways. This enables the aesthetic DNA of historical wallpapers to continue into the future, not only in research and restoration, but also in contemporary design, where new work can be created in dialogue with the past. Thank you all for listening. And that's all from me.
Thank you. I was thinking that, well, earlier when Hilkka and Andres presented, and Pascal asked about how do you organize all this thing, and then there's another layer of it, that how do you organize it as a research? And again, as many of you in the position of being PhD students, then I think also for you it's very interesting to see that there is a combination of artistic practice here. There's also, there are a lot of metaphors or also design issues, that what are the actual prompts you ask the artificial intelligence picture maker, image maker. But also then there are the art historical layers, that what do those images actually, or those forms, decorations mean, and where do they come from, and how do they reflect 1920s, 1930s visual culture. And so I'm just curious, how do you like puzzle with it or juggle?
This is my attempt to understand it myself. So I'm trying to piece it all together. How should I?
Yeah. Do you think there's an umbrella which takes them all together, or is the umbrella like a theoretical tool, or is it an artistic position actually, or how do you?
I'm searching for the umbrella
Yeah.
at the moment.
I'm sure you will have lots of colleagues to help you reflect on this. Yeah. But any other questions, comments? Please.
Thank you so much. I mean, I really love the subject of wallpaper. I think it's such a kind of poetic way of looking at the world through the kind of wallpaper and the motifs and the symbols and the stories. Obviously, I'm really fascinated with paper, right? Because I spend a lot of time with paper. And my question is there a way of, like, are you also interested in not just the motifs but also the materiality of it? Like, what's the wallpaper made of? Is it made from cotton, or is it made from fibrous trees?
I am, but since I'm as I said, my background is interior architect, then I'm not a restorer, so I'm not that maybe competent to deal with the real material as such, but I am interested that it should be preserved as well. This digital is only to help.
And is that something that AI also could help with, that it sort of recognizes maybe like the fibers even of the wallpaper and
I'm not sure that it can do that.
Yes.
Needs people, persons.
Yeah, it should be a hybrid, people and digital help, not just digital.
I just wanted to say that great experiments, and it's really like a great result, as they are just first experiments.
Actually, yeah, because...
Actually, Tuija had a question.
Okay.
Just wanted to comment and say compliments.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot, Triinu, for this very fascinating paper. That I am an historian also of the bourgeoisie in the between 19th and the 20th and the beginning of the 20th century. So it's I saw a lot of photos in my life, but I never put my attention to the wallpapers.
Exactly.
And from now on, I promise I will do it.
It's a very niche thing.
But I have a question connected to the fact that when you said that sometimes it's difficult to know from there where it come from and so on, and how to collect the original designs and so on. But did you ever looked in the economical archives of the city you are working in, and in order to see the factories? I don't know if there were factories, if there were artisans.
Not in Estonia. That's the problem.
They were all imported.
Only imported. That I can research where they were imported from, and it's that way it's
this
economical.
Is really interesting.
But not in Estonia.
But who imported them? Because maybe through the people that imported them, you can just reconstruct the networks. It's possible.
Well, yeah, I have researched the wallpaper sellers.
Yes.
I have found out some countries where they were brought and some manufacturers, but it all needs to be put together.
To go on, okay.
It's a big job.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Just a comment, I have so loud voice. Some fabrics for wallpaper we had in the end of 19th century, the Sukanton production,
but they,
for example.
at this period, they already
exactly
didn't
and
produce.
then Soviet time,
Yeah.
but, which you research actually, but it's...
That's the gap where no wallpapers were made in Estonia.
And Soviet period is complete gap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for maybe missing it, but do you do site research as well? I mean, as an interior architect, I assume you do.
You mean like collect investigation? Since I'm not a restorer, but I have done some. But when I did my master's in Soviet wallpapers, there was a lot of information because people still had them in their home. But with this period, it's not so much material. You have to like look hard and ask a lot around to find it.
But as Triinu is in conservation department, so we are collaborating.
Yeah. So I get it from here and there, and so to try to puzzle it all together.
Maybe I don't have a question, but maybe I'd like to emphasize something what you said, that
the usage of AI is you have to interpret it. So it was a really interesting notation that I always thought about. Okay, how do we want to use some of the technological aspects of the AI for some very specific tasks, but we have to be very careful with this. And so I like to emphasize this idea of that you have to interpret it, the results. You can't take it
Yes.
too seriously. Yes.
You always have to check it yourself. But the interesting thing was that I used AI's help by asking which tools I should use, what it would recommend. And I'm using Copilot paid version. And at the end, the result was that I didn't get not many good sites. But then I asked it, okay, but maybe you should try it. And this is the one that Copilot did, and it's actually the best one. So it learned from all my questions, and when I said that, no, that tool doesn't work, that tool doesn't work, it made the best one. So, yeah, it was helpful.
I'm curious, so those image generators are, well, quite new, but then before that, there were a lot of hobby colorists. Is it the right word, coloreria?
Might have
Who
been.
were,
I'm not that
who were
familiar.
colorizing
Yeah,
the
photos.
black and white photos. And have you come across actual people who had their hobby of?
Oh, actually, no.
There must be.
Yeah, I'm sure there.
Yeah. Any other questions, please?
Okay.
I was thinking that even the idea of the archive as well, and then the final slide when you were speaking about the implication and the application, no, with the sofa, with the wallpaper, no, it seems a very good business model.
It could be.
Yeah, because it's about heritage.
Forget everything that you heard.
No, because heritage is always very, attractive. No, it's a way to save this old-fashioned style and put it in a more modern object. Because maybe very few people will put wallpaper on the floor, but they will buy sofa, and so even this archive can be like a good business model.
Yeah,
I'm
sure. But actually, I just had a few weeks ago, my former colleague asked me to recommend where can I find this period wallpaper. But there's a lack of it, like in today's production. And I just sent them some information. He was very grateful because there is a lack of this resource where to find this material.
I wonder also if you considered to use the AI, because I guess that those patterns you found on the wallpapers come from the old tapestry. Maybe the artist actually got the inspiration from the tapestry originally. If you thought about that, and if it could be used with the AI.
Yes, it could be, but I'm not sure how wide I can research. And it's a lot of material already. But yeah, it's definitely one place to look at.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and our next presenter is Kati Männik. And, the topic will be Estonian heritage of a person, you could say also, Edgar Kant. Mapping and...
Ma vajan võib-olla abi natuke või?
Hello, my name is Kati Männik. I'm a PhD student here in the Academy of Arts in the Department of Cultural Heritage and Conservation. And my today's talk is titled Mapping Color, Measuring Heritage and Rereading Edgar Cayce through the Painted Wooden City of Tartu. My research here focuses on the historical exterior color schemes of wooden buildings in Tartu. Specifically, I ask what colors Tartu's wooden houses have been painted over time, and how these colors are documented, regulated, and interpreted in heritage practice. Few words maybe about Tartu. Tartu is the second largest town of Estonia, old university town, and the building stock is in the core city, mostly in stone from the late 18th century and beginning of 19th century. And this core city is surrounded with wooden areas, which are mostly from the second part of 19th century and the beginning of 20th century. And that's my object. So Tartu historic character is strongly tied to its wooden residential fabric and milieu protected areas where everyday maintenance and repainting shape the city's appearance. There are altogether 11 milieu protected areas, and there are 1,500 objects in these areas. And over the next 20 minutes, I will move between three analytical scales. First one is material scale, focusing on paint layers, on wooden facades, an urban and cartographic scale, including GIS-based mapping, and municipal database, and normative and political scale, addressing how decisions are made today about what constitutes the so-called correct historical color. And underlying this is Edgar Cayce's spatial interpretation of Tartu in the 1920s, and I use Cayce as a historical lens for reflecting on today's practices of mapping, measuring, and prescribing heritage. Edgar Cayce was an Estonian geographer and economist, and one of the founding figures of Estonian urban geography. And during 1920s and 30s, he conceptualized Tartu as both an environment and an organism. He mapped social, functional, and cultural differences across the city and demonstrated how urban districts could be seen as separate areas that are still linked to each other. And around 1920s, Cayce worked with a large statistical data based on building description sheets, which, among other attributes, recorded the color of buildings. And his analysis relied strongly on visual assessment, even if color was not his main analytical focus. Read through a chromatic lens, Cayce's work can be interpreted as an early form of color mapping, linking the visual appearance of the city to social hierarchies and symbolic meanings. And these data sets are excellent source for my research, because this is the only statistical evidence from this period, from the year 1922, where every house in Tartu is described by color, and every street, there were 143 streets, and every house, among the other attributes, is described by color. And you probably ask which color was most popular. It's yellow. Tartu was yellow, totally yellow. Okay, some brownish and greenish hues too, but yellow was the most popular one. I map color in Tartu wooden city and explore what happens when Cayce's spatial thinking is brought into dialogue with paint stratigraphy and contemporary GIS-based heritage tool. This is a local municipality heritage platform called ajalooline.tartu.ee. It's in Estonian, so yeah. The empirical core of my research is highly material. It lies in the paint layers of Tartu's wooden buildings, and over recent years I have conducted stratigraphic paint investigations on approximately 50 wooden houses across different parts of the city, with this sample continuing to expand. And these stratigraphic studies serve several purposes. They document historically existing facade color tones, they reconstruct the chromatic life history of individual buildings, and they also help separate traditional paint systems. Mostly used was linseed oil paint, assumably also Swedish paint, from later coatings, including differences in surface finish and aging. For each investigated building, the color tones of significant architectural elements, windows, cladding, doors, fences, and details are identified using the NCS color system. And equally important is the sequence of colors and the way tones were combined, mono or polychrome themes or single or multi-tone themes. At the beginning of 19th century, classicist houses with standardized facades tended to exclude greenish and dark red tones, allowing only light, pale, natural stone-like colors. In the second half of the 19th century, historicists favored darker palettes. There are only few classicist houses or the wooden houses from the beginning of 19th century. Most of the houses are from the late 19th century. And while Art Nouveau introduced more green hues and increasingly polychrome themes, in the 1920s the overall color range shifted, and by the late 1920s some pinks and some blues began to appear. Here you can see some shades or tones. First row is stone-like shades from the beginning of the 19th, then late 19th century from historicism, darker ones and greener ones, and then 1920s some lighter ones. Here is an example from the house late 19th century. Its first layer was dark brown, very dark brown, and details were yellow. And today, after restoration, this house looks like this. And it also points out a problem, which is very important to make paint investigations, because during the restoration, all the layers in this house were removed. They were in a very good condition. Also details are new ones, despite they also were in a very good condition, and that's a problem. So, windows. Windows have historically been painted in color rather than white. Today we can see mostly white windows. And painted windows became widespread in the second half of 1920s, largely according to functionalism and technical reasons. There was increasing awareness of the toxicity of lead white and the introduction of titanium white, which gradually replaced lead pigments while improving durability. Color scheme options have always been influenced by socioeconomic conditions, which pigments were available and affordable and fashionable. Here is geographical information system database called ajalooline.tartu.ee. It's a database which is maintained by the city of Tartu, and it's historical database initiated in 2020. And its first development phase focused on archaeology, protected monuments, milieu protected areas, and sculptures. For buildings located in milieu protected areas, the database already includes short historical descriptions and historical and contemporary photographs. And future layer will include data on original color schemes. This database is under construction. It's, as I said, there are altogether 1,500 objects in these milieu protected areas. At the moment, inserted is 600 objects. So there is lots of work to do. And these 50 buildings which have been stratigraphically analyzed in this study are not treated as isolated cases. Each stratigraphic analysis is intended to be georeferenced and integrated into the wider GIS environment. More broadly, urban heritage doesn't consist solely material objects, buildings, or in this case, color schemes, but also of narratives and discourses that shape collective memory. Narration is never neutral. It normalizes certain historical interpretations while marginalizing others. Color research offers a means of critically engaging with these narratives and contributing to a more nuanced understanding of the urban environment. By linking color data, one can, in future then, one can locate each analyzed building precisely in urban space, connect color data with construction dates, protection status, and historical function. This is possible already today. You can search by address, area, style, period, architect, and so on. And also juxtapose and present through comparisons between archival materials and photographs, current facade colors, and stratigraphic evidence. In effect, Tartu becomes a chromatic GIS where each point on the map carries not only address and building data, but also a layered color biography. And there also will be a layer from 1922. So it's, it will be, you can find what colors have been where. And hopefully this be for the whole town. So it means from micro to macro, from paint stratigraphy to district patterns. And at this stage, it is crucial to acknowledge the researcher's position. In heritage discourse, authenticity is often tacitly associated with the earliest paint layer, yet from a historical perspective, all layers are equally valid. The task, therefore, is not to isolate the single true layer, but to construct a documented narrative of chromatic change. When facade reveals several paint layers, it offers several different answers to the question, what did the house look like? Each layer corresponds to a different moment, technology, and social context. In practice, this complexity is often reduced by choosing a single point of reference, typically through one of three strategies. Original state authenticity approach, privileging the earliest identifiable layer, and analogy-based color scheme inferred from comparable buildings or district typologies, and pseudo-historical theme designed to appear historic while being weakly grounded in building-specific evidence. Analytically, these strategies tend to be justified through at least three competing logics: archaeological logic, earliest layer as most authentic; social memory logic, remembered and emotionally meaningful layers. Here is important also durational logic. And the third one is typological ensemble logic, district scale coherence and legibility. And authorized heritage discourse tends to favor archaeological and ensemble logics, while residence perspectives highlight the significance of duration and also memory. Hopefully the research enables informed dialogue between planners, conservators and residents, grounded not in taste or vague decision, but in documented and mapped evidence. And what does all of this mean for heritage practice? First, color must be recognized as a heritage dimension, not mere technical detail. Paint layers are material archives of technological change, social and economic conditions, and aesthetic norms. Second, heritage must be understood as negotiated, not given, between multiple temporalities, expert ideals, local memories, and ensemble ambitions. And third, digital tools such as GIS-based database can support this negotiation by grounding abstract principles in site-specific evidence. Finally, returning to Kant, rereading his spatial analysis through color reminds us that our own mapping and measuring practices are historically situated. Principles about restoration have changed, and what was accurate in 2000 is not the same today. Recognizing this encourages reflexive care and documentation. And I would like to end with a question that now frame my work, and which I hope can also resonate more broadly. Which chromatic pasts are brought into the present when restoring a wooden city like Tartu, and which remain buried? How can stratigraphic evidence and GIS tools be used to open rather than close debate about historical color? And can we imagine heritage practice where historic color is not a fixed code, but the outcome of an ongoing negotiation between materials, histories, and communities? These questions actually have no final answers. But color, precisely because it is visible and everyday, is a powerful place from which to start. So it's from rules to stories. Mapping color areas helps us transform rule following into understandable heritage. So it's kind of communicating historical values. Yes, and yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kati. Questions, comments from the audience?
Please. Thank you, Kati, so much. And knowing what you are doing, but now my question is about this database, ajalooline Tartu Papapa. I just checked.
Yeah.
Who is initiating that huge work, and
Yes.
are you also inserting materials after, let's say you make a stratigraphic research of the house, are you inserting yourself, filling
No, I
that?
hope they, Tartu city government, they will insert
Okay,
this,
so it's
but
not...
I will give an input for them. So I had negotiations with them, and they accepted this, so yeah.
But Tartu city inserts, but it's, I mean, Tartu city doesn't insert. Is it a special person in charge?
Yes, there is a special person, yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And this is quite a new thing, so it's
quite amazing. I didn't I didn't find any of your I don't know which address, because it's many houses inside.
Yes, 600.
600, and then but your research is already somewhere.
No.
Not yet.
No.
Okay.
This is at no,
Okay.
it's in the process, but I have acceptance that there will be.
Compliments to the Tartu city.
Yeah, from me too.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, do you also consider where are the color schemes coming from? Because it was a very interesting fact that the white of the window frames are coming from modernisms, and if I think about it, of course, it makes a lot of sense. But just looking at the picture right there, it's different kinds of color combinations. That are there any also many specific histories between those?
Yes, there are. there are some practical issues. White was quite expensive, that's why. And also what kind of pigments were available. Because naturally from Estonia you couldn't find not so many pigments. Yellow one was the most important one. That's why so many houses have been in yellow. And yes, mostly practical reasons.
Ochre was produced in Estonia.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now we try to, with one PhD work, we try to restart the production.
Mm-hmm. And also the Swedish paint has been probably used more than we know. Today it's mostly linseed oil paint, and why I started with this subject, there is a problem with traditional paint and skills with them. Estonian market is so small, so big industrial producers stopped producing traditional linseed oil paint. Now we have only small-scale Finnish and Swedish paint producers. And linseed paint, it dries not very fast, so it's kind of complicated to use it, but it lasts for a very long time. So, yep.
But maybe it's also something for architects. That's why the window frames should be white and to be more like.
It made sense over time. Believe me, sometimes we suggest to the client, for example, red frames, but they didn't take it.
But
They're
now
not
you
used
have
to it anymore.
historical evidence.
Now we can use it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
there
is influence if you publish something, because I think there is a lack of information. People don't know what to use. They just choose something from the color palette. So they don't think behind the facades or on the facades. So.
Sorry, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
Are they private houses? What about the opinion of the inhabitants of the houses? Are they allowed to express in the moment that when you decide something, are they allowed to express their desire or not?
Actually, they are allowed. Master plan says that you have to use milieu-appropriate tones, but no one is saying which ones are milieu-appropriate. There used to be one producer, Tikkurila, and most of the architects, they used their color palettes. So most of the houses in Estonia, which are painted in linseed oil paint, they are made by Tikkurila Linn color chart. But this chart was made according Finnish tradition, because this company used to be Finnish. Today it's American company, and they are not producing this paint anymore. So it's
this economic materiality is very interesting and charming and important. That what actual materials or paints were produced in this country, what were imported, exported, but also. On the other hand, I'm thinking about the travel of ideas, and could you just place Edgar Kant in this, like, I don't know, in a philosophical or cultural sense, that where did his ideas come from? That I don't know much about Kant, but I would say that there must be something with Rudolf Steiner, for example, and there's some you know, Hundertwasser, just like when you read, this is so vivid what he wrote.
He was very young. He was really young. He was 21 or 22 when he started writing this work. And but I think he was influenced a lot of Grano. Grano was a Finnish geographer who was leading the geography department in Tartu University. And but he moved back to Finland, and then I I don't know how it happened. Yeah, somehow he was very sensible of everything, not only cityscape but also landscape, and he made connections over the disciplines. So
could be phenomenology as well, and Bergson. Yeah, this kind of thinking. Yeah. We have one time for one question more. If not, then thank you. And we have reached the last presentation of today. So we have a colleague from France, Carole Nozella. I'll help you set up.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks for the organization team. This presentation will be a kind of performance itself about fine art performance, because my presentation is a film and I hope I will not be too late to follow it. So it will be a little bit experimental and I hope a little bit poetic too. This presentation will revisit 3 collective activations of archival images in the streets of Saint-Étienne, one of which has been the subject of a recent publication in Les Archives en Performance, La Performance en Archives, Action, Method and Research, published in 2025. This first experiment was with students in digital arts, fine arts, and architecture. The protocol used was created quite a few years ago as part of my PhD in visual art. It involved projecting moving images using a self-powered video projector. He's here. This kind of projector. Projection of moving images in public spaces at night while moving around and at the same time filming this projection in motion. In the thesis work, this practice was mainly carried out alone or in pairs. The reactivation of this protocol as a collective act stems from a more recent thinking arising from a desire to disseminate this gesture on a larger scale, to transform them into a score with the aim of developing a different relationship with images, dissemination devices, an attentional practice. The practice of projection in motion relies on the need to have images already available, and therefore to build up a stock of images to project. In this context, archival images are particularly interesting to use. Often, when we visit a touristic place, we wonder about its history. Sometimes this past surfaces in the present, sometimes not. Projecting images of a place past onto the place itself in the present make this past manifest and reveals the friction between images and material reality within the environment itself. The city of Saint-Étienne is a particular subject for this exploration. Without being an historian, urban planner, or sociologist, I am an artist researcher and a resident of this city, and I have learned about this city by walking around it, and I have picked up fragments of stories here and there that have fed my imagination. My knowledge of Saint-Étienne also comes from my early years as a participant in art school between 2004 and 2007. During those years, the city was undergoing a transformation to accommodate a third line tram, connecting the center to the train station. At Place du Peuple, you could hear, more than see, the Fuan River roaring. There was a huge hall where the Peuple Libération stop is today, where you could see the bubbling water gushing out of a tunnel and rushing into another. So this river, images of this river, but now it's covered. 10 years later, the city of Saint-Étienne didn't change a lot. Sometimes I feel like Saint-Étienne seemed frozen in the past, particularly because certain neighborhoods in the city center are home to a concentration of old shops and that have not found new owner. One could say that they are like kind of archive in situ. In this context, projecting images onto the surface of the city seemed almost obvious, as if their vacant space were calling to be filled again. As if this vacant space were calling to be filled again, if not with pictures, then at last with sparkling images. In 2019, I made a video, this video that you can see, that I called Travel Street View, in one of this neighborhood where the shops are not empty, but almost dead, because the shop sells the same type of items since a long time ago, and there was a lot of dust. However, the streets were very busy during the Yellow Vest movement in 2018-2019, when demonstrations continue into the evening. The main street, as you can see on Google Street View here, the main street was the scene of clashes between the police and a few women protesters whom the forest of tear gas canister only pushed further into the street or the adjacent alleys. Also, my point is not to restore the image of the city, which continued to enjoy a sad reputation as a grey, sad, ugly, and almost dead city. I still felt a sense of injustice toward it. Yet it had once been a lively, bustling places thanks to its industry. It supplied France and a lot of countries with weapons, coal, bicycle, ribbons, etc. It's also growth of worker movement in response to the suffering that the same industry inflicted on them. So I want to meet the archivist. You have seen the presentation of the film library, Saint-Étienne Film Library. It's the oldest film library in France, and you can search with the archivist people in this place to find some images. So I was searching for demonstration. Here is the Front Populaire demonstration. I wanted to use this material for a projection in the city. So I watched the images of demonstration and other march, etc. My idea was to create a project like in the style of Jacques Perconte Satyagraha that you can see now. This film was made for a collecting film entitled Outrage and Rebellion, Outrages and Rebellion, in response to police repression and the use of flashball. Jacques Perconte created this movie, Satyagraha, meaning embracing of the truth in Sanskrit, from the archival footage from the Gandhi Ser Foundation, showing the non-violent demonstration organized by Gandhi. And Jacques Perconte applied his method of dancing data compression. He said about that it's about a form of a dream, a memory where images merge into another. He explained, it seems to me that there is a strong connection between people, movement, and the matter symbolized by digital artifacts. The form of the film has a direct connection with the idea of violence, movement, etc. So there is something that I want to do like that. In the same way, by reprojecting bodies that had occupied the now empty pavement, I also want to convey the energy of the movement of the body as mass moving in a blurry and indefinite way. But unfortunately, I didn't find a lot of images of this type, so I have another idea. You can see I am very in late. So the other idea was to use architecture, but a kind of architecture that it's moving, when the city is moving. I was interested in the possibility of superimposition of the city onto itself, keeping in mind the question of movement. I chose some images of places who were destructed or constructed. In choosing these images, the aim was to insinuate this movement in the city itself, an ephemeral movement that conditions the very existence of the immobility of the built environment. So there was some images of Jordi Colomer just before for the project An Architecton. In this series of videos, we see people running with branding chic cardboard models that rosely represent the buildings visible in the background. It's a kind of poetic and ironic reading of urban architecture, and the scale is reversed. The building is carried by the human. So I choose some images very specifically. So you can see here, Centre 2, it's a shopping mall, but before the shopping mall, it was a prison. And the prison has a name, La Pension Fourchette, the fork pension, because this fork was forbidden in this prison, and the condition of living was very, very bad. So no more prison, and now a commercial mall. So I take these images of the ancient prison and also all the images of destructing this prison. After that, reproject into the city. Then I choose also the Great Wall of China. It's not the Great Wall of China, but it's the Great Wall of China of Saint-Étienne. It's the nickname given to a large housing complex which was built in 1965 and demolished in 2000. Now I'm a little bit early. It's not the good image now, but it's going to come in. This building was not very appreciated, and even its appearance were arriving in Saint-Étienne from the south was a subject of debate. So this is the Great Wall of China just before it was destroyed. Inside it. It's the largest building in Europe to have been destroyed in this way, with dynamite. And it was very, you can see after that how big it was, and it was not a good sign when you arrive in Saint-Étienne to see this big wall. That's why they destroyed for a lot of reasons, but yes. Oh, it's not a good image, sorry. Yes, there is the big wall of China of Saint-Étienne destroyed. And also I chose the Uueni River, Pierre-Olivier Mazagol speak about it before, which flows through Saint-Étienne. It was largely buried and co-created over the time to promote urbanization and industrialization, and limit the risk of flooding, making it invisible for nearly 7 kilometers in the center of the city. But now there is a process of reinterpretation and reopening, as shown by the project to bring the Furet to the surface of Solar. The Furet is very important for Stéphanois people, and I can quote an author who writes in a Pays Noir, black country, "The Furet world is dirty waters under the city cobblestone, and the scent that emanate from it smells of sweet, which is a pride." So there is a lot of places in Saint-Étienne were destroyed and reconstructed. The major construction project that affected the city in the 70s to the late 90s target specific location, often because they unsanitary condition and or geographical location. Demolishing and rebuilding is a way of erasing problematic area from the city, which with the city center becoming spaces for promoting the city itself, or pole of attractiveness in the language of the municipality. Bringing these images of places back to the present allow us to resurrect the stain we wanted to erase, to redress the new wall, perhaps to send them back to their future reign. During the evening performance, there you can see some images of the evening performance, first one. One participant exclaimed, as the images were projected onto the floor, "We are projecting the past onto the present," emphasizing that word project also refer to future. In this gesture, there were three themes seem to be overlap: present, past, and future. This performance was made with students with 5 projectors, 5 cameras, and also with banner we create before the walk together. So at night we activate the projection, and we planned a lot of things. But when we are in the street with projector, everything is different. The images appeared in the night. The effect on the binder were fascinating, and it was difficult to get the group to follow the protocol we had decided on beforehand. In fact, I noticed that participants quickly forgot about the mobility of the projection and tend to test it on surfaces without moving, fixed by the images. This is the difficulty of this protocol, managing to detach oneself from the appeal of the moving images in order to move with it and sometimes against it, since being in motion means changing projection surfaces, but sometimes the constraints of the terrain mean that no surfaces is available for the images when it's moved. So that's why we create supports of projection. And indeed, it's necessary to synchronize between the person projecting, the person carrying the project support, and finally, if necessary, the person filming the projection floating in space. So it's very kind of body in space. We have to see each other, what everybody is doing. I quickly realized that it will not be possible to do what we wanted to do, so we stayed together at Place Jean Jaurès to make a kind of demonstration of archive, like you can see now at the screen. The participants then deployed a unique vocabulary of projection forms, taking advantage of all the possibility offered by the equipment and chance encounters. Superimposition and fortuitous synchronization of video, given that they had 5 projectors showing the same excerpt. Interplay of surface between supports, allowing the projection to be doubled. As the image shows, the projection produces beautiful intrusion into urban landscape. The choice of location was not neutral. A square in the city center filled with signs, rich and clean, where the tower and other buildings in demolition produce a stark contrast when you can identify them. After this experiment, it made me think about the nature of the artistic production. Is it a work score, a participatory device, something on the borderline between experimental cinema, contemporary art, and street performance? After this first collective experience, I reactivated the protocol at the invitation of the university library for the night of the reading, and then at the film festival in 2025. For these 2 performances, I brought together a small number of people. There was only 2 or 3 projectors. And it was the first time there is a public performance with some people who can just here to see what is happening. So yes, I have to stop because my film is finished. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this immersive lecture performance. Are there any questions, please?
Hi, thanks very much. That was great. Just a quick question about psychogeography. This is, I suppose, a digital version of psychogeography, and Guy Debord, I guess the question is, what do you think he would make of this interpretation of psychogeography, if it is an interpretation of psychogeography?
You speak about situationists?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes, it's very something I really like, of course. I think for me it's a kind of I try to create situation, but not. I don't say it too loud, because if you say it is a situation, there is no more situation. But there is something like that, how you can alterate your experience of the city, with the city itself, but with a game with the city, and with the acceptance of failure, of immersion. That's, for me, very situationist to do that.
For me, it also recalls the Austrian art historian Mechtild Wiedrich. She has this concept of performative monuments, but also how she defines that, in a way, performances, sometimes they can act a lot more efficiently as monuments than actual monuments. So they convey memory, they activate the public, etc.
Yes, I wanted to finish my presentation with some quote about performance studies. And I don't know if you know Diane Taylor, who speak about that, about how we have to stop with writing culture and go to performing culture. And maybe it's stronger, performance is stronger than archive, and can activate it and stay in our body. It's that's I think is really interesting to perform, to make things exist, maybe for a longer time than just archiving it. Sorry for my English.
But who are those people who lend their bodies to your performances?
For the first performance, it was students, so they have to. It was a workshop, and after it was also not student but former students who like my work and wanted to play, because it's a game. And now I maybe work with some dancers, because I think it's really interesting to dance with the images at the end. Maybe you can you have seen the fabrics, white fabrics, and the people were a little bit dancing, and I think it can be. But yes, I have to find. It can be everybody, but I don't know how to come test. Maybe if you want, we can test tonight. That's possible.
We have a lot of white.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's why I bring my projector.
Thanks for the presentation. I found it very interesting. And very political indeed, I guess, because obviously the connection is clear. You showed the demonstration in the 35 Against Fascism, and this is a kind of demonstration too, no?
Yeah.
Because people are moving in a kind of rally, no?
Yeah,
it's a kind of rally against the showing this kind of neglected heritage, I would say, no? The river was being buried, the building, the collapse, and so showing what you are forgetting, not because heritage is often what we are remembering, but this kind of heritage is what you want to forget, and it's very class oriented, this way of forgetting, no? The popular housing, the prison, the bad river, because it was not good looking, no? And now maybe they're making it again, but they will make it nice, maybe. So I think it's very interesting to even I even would like to know something more about this political stance of your work.
Yeah, for the night of the reading, it was about patrimony, and the people who invite me, I said to them, but my image is not patrimony, because nobody wants to keep, and also it's ephemeral, because it's only a moment. So only images can stay about that. So we have to. So yeah, it's kind of ironical about heritage because we want to keep a lot of things. We want to keep some kind of thing and not. And I say, okay, let's keep everything. Let's bring it into the light, but bring it like something discrete. Like yes, it's a demonstration, but we didn't speak, and nobody, almost nobody, stare at us. Yeah, that's really because it's not. A spectacle. It's not spectacular. So people are say, it is weird, just weird. But we are in movement. So people doesn't allow themselves to follow a group of person. So it's very strange thing. And the way that we're moving is also political. It's about something. Against separation of a lot of things, yes. But yeah, I'm sorry because I cannot a lot improvising in English, so I cannot be. But maybe we can follow after that.
So hello, I'm Solène, and I had quite of the same question that you asked, so I had to change my question. I'm from Saint-Étienne.
Okay.
As you can hear from my accent, I'm French. So what you have shown in your work, I see it every day, and it's part of the history of the city. And so my question is, do you plan to have political sorry, I cannot say it correctly. Yes, do you plan to have another work like this, who will have an impact on a political meaning like this one?
I like to show this, bring these images with other people, and what I want to do is something that everybody can take the images and go into the streets. It's for me, it's a performance is political. To live it in your body as a support, as a projectionist, or as a viewer, you know. And so maybe I will do it again, and maybe I will plan something in Saint-Étienne about walking and searching how walk is a way to making research.
Okay.
And maybe with I don't know, people who speaking, making conference by walking.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Paco reminded me last week of a kind of cinematic genre called City Symphony, but your kind of action research brings another layer and kind of liveness to it. So just a comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for this interesting and in many ways inspiring performance. I just wanted, I think it's also a comment, not a question necessarily, that to me it seemed like it's very much about reclaiming surfaces or spaces, and to some extent maybe like consciously being sarcastic, or not sarcastic, but like very like against commercializing spaces, because just the medium that you've chosen, also projecting something onto a surface, I felt especially when the image was shown on viewing, like those windows. I just think it's a very strong way of bringing heritage into the city, because images on a surface that is moving on all the time is such a, in a sense, it's a thing that we're all very used to seeing on surfaces. So yes, just a comment, or maybe.
Yeah, it's not against. It's we use we use commercial every surface. It's not that I don't want to see commercial. I use it like they use the city to be the screen of all they have to say. It's like another layer, like you say, Martin, another layer on the city.
Yeah, hi. Maybe I have a name for that. It's not maybe a projection or a city symphony. It's like a temporary graffiti, like
yes,
virtual graffiti.
That's it's exactly that. Yes, it's a temporary graffiti, and you cannot be. I think police cannot arrest you because graffiti costs a lot to people who do that. Yes, sorry.
Although in a world we live in, then having a camera and pointing it towards, I don't know, in the US at the moment, towards the ICE officers, then you're already a criminal. Just pointing it towards someone, so yeah. Yeah,
it's so weird that this project is so weird that nobody is caring. Care. Police doesn't care, but maybe I don't know. Saint-Étienne is not it's very calm, so we can do whatever we want for the moment.
So thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
The lovely presentation.